Okay, hello. I'm not sure how to start this. I got a haircut on Thursday. It looks a little funky because I slept on it wet. So it's not laying how I wanted it to, but I didn't want to deal with it this morning. I did take a walk this morning. That was quite nice. I got a little tea and pastry and then took a walk around the block. It's like a 30-minute walk. Not too bad. But I think we can finish this and maybe get a good start into Roottrees Mania today. And yeah. I was gonna stream yesterday because it was the 4th of July. I wanted to stream during the day, but I ended up sleeping almost all day yesterday. Like, it was bad. Let's see. Let's see if our brain is up to speed this morning. I don't really feel like it is, but we'll see. Let me move this way just a tad. Okay, there we go. My throat feels a whole lot better. I think I might still sound a little scratchy, but I feel a ton better from last week. I think I kind of got a little sick from going to the concert. Okay, let's read this recap. So the Roottrees sisters and their parents died. Yeah, we know that. After a quick test, the figure gave you access to some resources. This included a list of notable Roottrees who they said would be the easiest family members to place. After some time, they returned with new resources, a photo of Carl's generation taken in the mid to late 1970s, as well as some papers and mail from his office. Before they called you, you heard a report on WRTD radio that seemed important to your investigation. The newscaster mentioned you could search online for WRTD, which we did. Instead of returning, the person who hired you called you on the phone. They claimed they were a Roottree. The next time they returned, they gave you a partial explanation. They hired you to help verify their personal account of the family's history. All that's left to do is finish the family tree and find what's in the locked space, which they said was personal to them. Which we figured that she's probably Sam. I'm still so confused on why this is important. Maybe we could look up Love is Our Future. Oh wait, can I just search it from here? Yeah, okay. That doesn't give us anything. Better for Butler County. Let's look at this board again and see who we're kind of trying to get. So we need their spouses. We need her name. We need his occupation. Spouse, and kid. Which, so we have 1, 2, 3 unknown names that are a part of the tree. So this is a root tree. So it's either gotta be November or Tessa. So this is also a root tree. This has gotta be, well, it can't be a Madsen. She's married to someone. And we know these are the Kellogg's. We could try looking up Kellogg. I think we tried last time and it didn't come up with anything. So 1G? 1L? Am I spelling it wrong? 2L, 2G, okay. So that didn't give us anything, just searching Kellogg. Could look up David Kellogg. The 3rd? The 4th? Okay, nothing comes up in all those. We have quite a few periodicals. Could look up Kellogg in them. Nothing. Okay. There's a hint in here somewhere. And this one specifically, okay. Additional notes and context from 1975 10-year anniversary re-release of Lauren's diary. It is a companion piece to the entry about Sam. Clearly, I did not know our true family history when I wrote this. I didn't even know Sam was a Roottrie. All my doubts were ill-founded. She's a fine woman. She had the chance to grow up with us. If she had the chance to grow up with us, Sam might have been the sister figure Gwen never was. Ernie and the kids are lucky to have her. So Ernie's her husband, right? Yeah, Ernie Jr. As a bonus, Gwyneth has the green thumb of her mother and her adopted grandfather. So maybe she's, the farmer? Yeah, she's farmer, so she's probably farmer. That's gotta be it. What I'm most ashamed of is not figuring it all out myself. Sam's a spitting image of Patsy in her jet black hair and green eyes. She doesn't have thick glasses, Patsy did of course, but I guess that skips a generation. Her children had that covered. It's hard to explain the look on Pop's face when they read that the farm's operations would pass to Samantha Roottrie for as long as she was willing. I got flashbacks to when Zach was made president. Mother reframed it a bit to calm him down. Sam wouldn't receive any candy money, after all. She was essentially inheriting the right to rule over the peasants for eternity. Pop warned us away from that farm for years. I never met EC in person, but Pop once referred to him as a confirmed bachelor. Maybe EC is who... Is that who she married? No. Not sure who EC is. Yeah, it doesn't look like we've got any ECs. I'm kind of curious what we have left. So we've got Cattralls, Garcia, Jones. This kind of seems like it's the only guy left, right? Because he married probably a girl. Right? They're the only gay couple. Yeah, so I guess that would have to be Sam who she married. And then their daughter would be Stephanie. We could look up Stephanie. We could look up both of them, actually. What was it? Sam... Spell that right? Cattrall. And then Stephanie. That gave nothing either, damn. Let's see, who are the Roottrees we've got left? November and Tessa. Could look up them too. November Roottree. And Tessa Roottrie. Nothing there. But she's definitely not a kid anymore. Especially if they're like musician, president, all that jazz. Like, she's gotta be older now. We're not sure who he married. Let's see if I close that. Teen Blast still has something. For the trouble, blah blah blah. Maybe we could look up Reina Sweet 16. Maybe we get the rubber ducky for a hint. Just to give us a starting place. Get a hint. There are several people related to the campaign mailer. Have you looked into all of them? That's what I was confused about. Should I look up... We've looked up Stephanie Jones, right? Be sure to read the full thing in the Butler County Times, which I'm pretty sure we have. Yeah, her mom, Caroline. We could look up her husband, maybe. What was his name? Brian Jones? Brian Jones? Famous athlete who broke a pole vaulting record in 1954. He doesn't seem related to the Roottrees. More local resource. There are many advertisements over the years, as well as a small article from 1995 about Jones Graphic and Print. The article is a piece about Brian Jones taking over his father's print company after 20 years. Brian seems not have let it go to waste as a marketing opportunity during an interview portion. I've been in and out of that shop my whole life. My father taught me everything there is to know when it comes to getting the job done right and getting it done quick. We've been a printing staple of Butler County for years. Even the Butler County Times uses us for their coupon pages a few times a year. Thanks, by the way. But still, whether you're a new client or one of our regulars, nothing will change. Come on down for the best prices on bulk printing anywhere in the state of Pennsylvania, or search for us online. I designed the website myself. Okay, let's... Oh, the whole thing, not just I. Ooh, okay. We've got, like, new things to look at. Jones Graphic and Print is a company that, according to its website, has existed in Butler County for some time. The website seems fancy. It even has frames. Address, hours, and a few example clients. Stephanie Jones Campaign. Roottrees Candy Company, various banners and posters. Holiday Light Post banners. Maybe we could look that up. Roottrees Motors is new. Let's just highlight this whole thing. That way we've got it on that side. We also do web design. Come in and get a quote today. Okay. Let's start with Roottrees Motors, because that seems like a new thing. Maybe featured in other places as a local business. So maybe here? Nice. It seems Roottrees Motors used to be called Wilkins Motors. Okay. An ad for Roottrees Motors has run in every week's Butler County Times for many years, but recently has been changed to include a picture. 3 different, unique versions of the ad have been added to your evidence. Okay. Wilkins Motors is now Roottrees Motors. We may have a new name, but we promise we're still the same family business. All that's different is we've joined a sweeter family. Funny noises, need new oil, come on down, we'll fix her up. Call the fixers, 555, fix her up, right off I-72, take exit 23. So do we have Wilkins in the chart here? Ooh, he's a mechanic, actually. This might be Wilkins. That feels right. Okay. Local family mechanic. Tessa Roottrees, that's gotta be their kid. Our newest fixer learned all there is to know about cars from our Roottrees Motors parents. Local family mechanics, blah 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 blah, same stuff. Roottrees Motors ad that is presently running first appeared in 1996. It says that Roottrees Motors has been around for 50 years, is a family business, and also that Tessa Roottrees, their newest fixer, learned all there is to know about cars from our Roottrees Motors parents. Okay. Tessa. Mechanic. Okay, so that's 1, 2. We need 4 to lock it in. So we know this is November then. Okay, and then let's look up Butler County School District. Maybe we could look it up in the periodical. Really? Maybe we just look up public school. I thought for sure that would give us something. Butler Summer Theater. Children of Eden. Choreography by November Studios. Huge. Okay. Performs plays and musicals during the summer. Makes sense. As it is not summer currently, their website has a thank you message. Thank you for making our 1998 season such a success. Stay tuned for announcements about performances in 1999. The website lists the credits of a musical, which seems to be the final show they performed last season. There's a cast list, but none of the names seem relevant. Below the cast, it lists the crew. 2 things stand out. Yeah. Jones graphic print, and then choreography by November Studios. Let's look up November Studios. Local dance school. They advertise lessons for ballet and jazz classes. No other information. Where's November? So you're a dancer? Dancer or teacher? I think dancer works better though. Now if we could just figure out his occupation, that'd be great. We should look up the rest of these ladies on the list. Try and see if maybe we can figure out who they're related to. I'm gonna write it down, so I can't copy and paste it from here. Luisa Garcia. Patricia Jones. Helen Lennon. Joan Monroe. April Quaritch? Is that how you say that? Okay, that's it. 5 names. Okay, nothing there. Helen Demon. Joan Monroe. April. Okay, none of that gave us anything. Lovely. Lovely. We could look at Bethany Kellogg. I don't know if we did her. Nothing. Okay, what else do we have from... Could look up Children of Eden. Musical with songs by Steven Schwartz, a game designer by the name of Jeremy Johnson. Really likes it. Realized it could kind of fit timeline-wise with the game he was making, and decided to use it instead of something fake, as kind of an Easter egg. You don't need to check it out, but if you do, I like the songs The Hardest Part of Love and Lost in the Wilderness. Also, if you haven't already, you should hit the back button and go to Jones Graphic and Print instead of searching for Children of Eden. You should probably search for whoever was performing it. Oh, that's so funny. Okay. Let's look these up. Oops. Oh, shit. Oh. I thought that would be funny. I think these are like actual songs. Is this the actual guy who made the game? Oh yeah. Game is clearly inspired heavily by Oberdin and Her Story. I hope it stands on its own and that it feels like more of a homage than a ripoff. Thank you to Lucas Pope and Sam Barlow. You both ran so that I could walk. It's also inspired by my participation in the world's largest trivia contest on 90 FM in Stevens Point, Wisconsin. Thanks to everyone who organizes that competition year after year. Shout out to Portesi, frozen pizza, which I've never tried but have heard so much about. And lastly, it's inspired by a core memory I have browsing Beanie Babies Mortal Kombat fan sites somewhere around 1995 on my local library's dial-up connection. Thanks to the patient librarians in Bethel CT who took the time to explain the internet and helped change my entire life. If you're seeing this message, please come to the game's Discord and simply type "I found the thing" in all capital letters in the "I found the thing" channel. Oh, that's so cool. Okay, that just gives us the same stuff. Okay, what else was in that list? Is that kind of it looks like? We couldn't look up the school district. We could look up Butler County Holiday Light. Oh, light post banners. Gotcha. I wonder if there's any more to Stephanie Jones' campaign if I type that in. No. So it went from 5 to 1, so there's still something else in here? Maybe city council? Maybe like Butler County City Council? Nothing. Ooh, what if we look up November Studios here? Okay, nothing. Just in case. No mention studios. We don't know anything about Robert. What if just Rob? Roottrees? What about Bob Roottrees? Okay, what evidence do we have? I'm confused how this has things to look up. Because we've already looked up WRTD, we've done all the notable Roottrees. Maybe they're in Business Watch. No. What if we look at Wilkins Motors? Oops. Yeah, it's not relevant. Damn. We've looked up TMS, we've looked up him, we've looked up Brother Trouble. There are other things in my notebook that I've... This is such a mess. Stephanie Landon. Local business owner Brian Jones. Maybe we could look up Brian Jones in here. Oh yeah, that gives us Jones graphic print. Um... Dang, this is tough getting down to the weeds. Baby. This guy's married. There's supposed to be a picture here, too. I don't know, let's look him up. Chris Rafferty? We don't even have a picture of him, so there's definitely something we're missing here. Maybe with Jane? Jane LaRue? Wedding singer. Way down in the credentials section of her biography, it mentions she got her start as a young girl. Yeah. I wonder if maybe she's in one of the periodicals. Yeah, this is the same stuff we've seen before. Going by their full names. What happens if I just search up wedding singer? Nothing. So yeah, we've used all the photos we've got. Click on his face. Okay, there's one thing still here. Wonder if we can look up the number. 555 picks her up. No. Wonder if we format it like a phone number? Nope. I-72. Nothing there. Hmm. So they're doing something in Paris. Okay, so he's not an actor or anything, not a musician. Hmm. Might have to rubber ducky it again. The conspiracy site? RR? Oh, he might actually be RR. Not him. Oh, I had it written down. The Roottrees versus RR. I don't remember where the conspiracy was, what it was called. They committed a significant crime against a fellow family member. So Sam did something. Legal Oddities website. Maybe RR's a lawyer. Oh, does this have our full history? Huge, okay. Oh, Chris Raff. Prodigy.us is an ISP that, in addition to allowing people to travel the information superhighway, offers email service and web hosting. Customers choose a unique screen name, then Prodigy automatically creates them an email address and a simple website they can edit and share with other people. Not everyone with the service makes a website, but if they do, you can usually find it by searching for their screen name. So we can search for a screen name. Just Chris Raff 75. Oh my god. Huge. A simple page called The Art of Rafferty, copyright 1997, on Prodigy that lists the author's email as Chris Raff 75. Below a bunch of GIFs that say under construction, there are a few art pieces. The first is a painting captioned, "Me and my fiance, Lulu," a painting I did for my first year of college that I plan to give to her when we get married in May. Go Tartans. Odd collage called Cousins, which seems to be made of 3 scrambled images. The accompanying artist statement says, "We had to create a piece of art about our family. I asked as many of my extended family of cousins for their pictures as I could, even some I've never met. Only a few of them got back to me, and my teacher said I wasn't allowed to use pictures of Raina, Riley, or Rose, so I had to get creative and use only my third cousins. This includes Davy. He swims for UConn. Huge. Bethany's yearbook picture. She's Davy's younger child. Oh, okay, so this is David the Fourth and Bethany Kellogg. And Stephanie, who's an only child. Okay. 1997, so yeah, he's a swimmer in college. Yearbook picture, so she's probably K through 12. Huge. I was a swimmer. Can I use any of these? Perhaps you could extract them using an application on your PC. Oh. And Lulu. So we've got Luisa. That's who it's gotta be. So either he's an artist or he's still in college. Oh, new application, Pixpop. Um, 75 is probably his birth year, so, and it's 1998, so that puts him at what? 23, so he's probably out of college at this point, so he's just an artist. Let's try that Pixpop. Okay, that's gotta be the right size. Oh, this is fun. I thought it was gonna be like one of those scrambling ones. Photo restored. Close. So this one's rotated. This is quite fun. A lot more interactive than I thought it'd be. Is that it? Oh, this is the wrong way. Oh man, okay. Let's see, his head's gotta be... Oh wait, so let's do that. Up. Over. Then his goggles. Then the rest of his face. His arm. No, there's gotta be... Oops. Actually that does fit, it just looked funny. Oh yeah, no. Oh wait, there it is. Right? Oops. Or like that. Oh, that works. And then this one goes here. Okay. This is kind of confusing. Let's move this down. Yeah. That goes like that. Okay. And then his head fits here in these four. Mm-hmm. Yep, and then this goes here. Oh, okay, okay. Oops, I keep pressing the wrong stuff. Yep. Now let's move his face over. Okay, okay, so let's actually do. Okay, now this one goes here, and then we've got either side. So, if we take this... Okay. Oops. I keep pressing, like, the arrows thinking it's just gonna move it for me. Okay, now this one goes all the way over there, but let's get it down first. Oh. Oh shit. No, that's right. There we go. That was tough. That was so tough. Okay. Now we know this is him. We know he is swimmer, I think? No. College. Yes. Oh my god. Locked everyone in the free spirits photograph. Ooh, yeah. So does that mean we have 4 left? We do. We know Bethany is high school. If we look at the collage, does it tell us who's who? Bethany's yearbook picture. So that's gotta be like the one with the watermark. And then Stephanie. She kind of looks K through 12 as well. It just said that she was an only child. So he's not an artist, so that means he's college. Now we just gotta figure out what he does. Or maybe he's something else now. God, UConn is so specific. Do they even have a good swim team? If you were wanting a good swim team, I'd say Cal or Florida. Or Texas. Can I look up UConn? Came in second in his most recent competition, though that doesn't seem relevant. Yeah, but what stroke? That's so exciting. Good job, Dave. Ah, that's why Davy Kellogg, not David. What if I look up... Go Tartans? Carnegie Mellon University? Isn't that like a art school? Ants. Yeah, that's all we can do there so far. Did he create this? What's ISP? Okay, doesn't tell me. I don't know if that was the conspiracy website, though. Where did we get the Chris? Oh, we got it from all the way down here, didn't we? Oh yeah, this was the conspiracy. More conspiracy websites. So... is this conspiracy website? Lion Ruby Skull? It's a symbol of death. The alleged proof is a blurry photo of a reddish shape that is supposedly a cave painting from South America. According to legend, discovered beneath the paintings were bones from hundreds of different people and animals. On the site, one site also mentions that the photographer who took this picture died when their boat capsized after crashing into a skull-shaped rock. Amongst the spinning skulls, you find no sources or variable details to back any photos or claims. To you, the blurry photo looks more like an egg than a skull. Okay. So our one hint is in Teen Blast still. This has to be for RR. It's gotta be, right? TMS and Brother Trouble? Maybe we could look them up again. I guess Reina Roottrees also RR. Time marches onward. Soap opera. It was first credited role for Mark Sheridan, who was only 7 years old and still being credited as Thomas Sheridan at the time. According to your search, the show has been on air for 22 years and is said to focus on 3 large families that own different ranches in the same town in Texas. TMS appeared as Carson in 53 episodes before his character went away to camp. A few episodes later, his parents learned of his off-screen death in a terrible whitewater rafting accident. After a 6-year absence, Carson returned, now with partial amnesia. He recalled that though he was saved from the river, the couple who found him were evil drug runners. They smuggled him across the Mexican border and sold him into child labor. Damn. After he managed to escape, he couldn't remember who he was. He eventually found his way home by following the address that his parents had written on the tag of his jacket. During the second run, Carson was played by an actor other than Mark Sheridan. The discrepancy was explained by covering his face in bandages, and claiming that his work in the silver mines left him permanently disfigured and caused his voice to sound completely different. After a plastic surgery operation that happened amidst a hostage situation at the local hospital, the bandages were removed and the new actor played Carson for an additional 3 years, appearing in over 500 episodes. He was then killed, permanently this time, while saving his younger sister from drowning in a whitewater rafting accident that happened at the same river, where his initial accident took place. None of it's related to the Roottrees. Yeah, we know about Penelope. Ron Roottree. Head of RR Productions. Ooh, Robbie Roottree. Here we go. Why was Brother Trouble canceled? I think it's because the writing went really downhill in season 2. They actually had an episode where Roxy was addicted to sniffing markers. Maybe it's due to the rumor about Robbie Roottree in Silver Screen Magazine. Silver Screen Magazine. Yes. Huge, okay. Robbie Roottree. Oh man, okay. A small rumors article from 1992 that claims that self-taught television screenwriter Robbie Roottree was allegedly tried and convicted under the name Robert in French court of law. Oh my god. It seems he, again allegedly, embezzled from the company RR Productions to fuel a gambling habit that left him hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt. Then he fled to Paris where he grew up, and then Silverscreen continues to insist this is all very much allegedly. Assaulted an officer who came to question him. The article's author says they are unable to get a statement from French authorities, but received information from an anonymous source and were able to confirm through public record that there was a trial involving Robert Roottrees around the same time Brother Trouble was cancelled. So does that make him arrested, or what does that make him? What does mogul mean? Probably not that. Screenwriter? Yeah. Yeah, we didn't get any optional.
To my genealogy genie. If you're reading this, it means you've locked in 49 blood relatives. Congratulations!
Thank you.
I knew you could do it. There are 2 more entries on the family tree I'd like you to consider. These last 2 are optional. You can summon me whenever you wish. However, this will end your search and reveal the truth. So make sure you're ready.
EC, the farmhand. That's what I was talking about earlier. These last 2 are optional and won't lock in until you say I'm ready. You can summon me whenever you wish, however, this will end your search and reveal the truth. Well, we want to figure out these names. So, we have Patricia Jones, Helen Lennon, Joan Monroe, and April Quaritch left. So 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah. I feel like we could figure it out. So if we just want a miracle. You have health problems. Okay, yeah, we know that. We don't know Miracle's wife, though. Yeah, that gives us the same stuff. Yeah, none of this gives us anything. Which we got a new periodical. What was it? Silverscreen magazine? I don't really think that'll give us any of this. I really want to get all of them. I think that's an achievement. How do I see that? Shift tab? Oh, it doesn't look like it pops up for y'all. Yeah, it filled in the entire family tree correctly. Discovered every periodical. I wonder if that includes, like, Roottrees Mania stuff. Either way, I will probably do achievement hunting on my own. Hmm. Yeah, his twin sister. Who is this, though? EC. Oh yeah, we have to type it in. Shit. I remember there being something about Clancy Edward. There was something addressed to Clancy Edward that came to... or Edward Clancy that came to Clancy Edward. So maybe it's Edward Clancy? Potentially? I don't remember where that was, but it was one of these people. It might have been Lauren, actually. Let's look at this one. So did Sam potentially have an affair with EC? EC and John? The records. I don't know if we can check the records anyway. I have no idea. Oh man. So there's gotta be more things I can look up. Rubber ducky. Oh, Guy Hudson's death. So I had the right guy. Died in a car accident. Patricia. Okay, so now we're down to 3. The story itself is surprisingly light on relevant details due to the recency of the accident. Police reported that the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of the Hudson's car, causing them to brake hard and veer off the interstate. Although Guy was a somewhat controversial president, foul play is not suspected. There were witnesses who reported that the vehicle which instigated the wreck was speeding, swerving between lanes and cutting off other drivers. As well, for at least 5 or 6 minutes before the tragic accident. It could have been any one of us who they eventually ran off the road. A few leads other than make and model. He and his wife had no children. So that gave us Patricia. Okay, who else do we have? Elias C. Advertising. I don't remember what his company was called. Nothing there. You know what, Ducky? History of Candy? Book from earlier? I don't. Oh wait, history. This one? Maybe there's a volume 1. Yeah, we didn't look up volume 1. Extremely early newspaper advertisement for 5 pieces. Major misprint. Oh, EC. Instead of CE. EC and CE. Oh shit. Sweet History of Candy Volume 1 by Charles Lee, 1924, 2 years after the debut. Spelling error on the word available near the bottom. By their children, and the order is grape, elderberry, egg cream. Ah, okay. Maybe we could look up egg cream. No. So here's EC though. EC was a child of Elias. Throughout Pennsylvania. $19.25 pieces. Clancy Edward Clancy. Probably not Edward Clancy. Oh, they adopted her? There was a John. Was it John and EC that adopted her? Helen, Joan, and April. You know what? This is probably April if this is November. That's gotta be it, right? I'd be surprised if that wasn't it. What were we looking at? I don't remember what we were looking. Oh, the book. Let's go back to 2. No, I think we were right looking up at volume 1. Maybe there's a volume 3? No. Due to a major misprint. Maybe he's not a root tree. Okay, rubber ducky. That I have everything that I need. Seriously, I promise. Oh my god, I've got everything? Is Lennon a hint for this because musician? And Joan because Joan is a Bible name, isn't it? Oh man. I don't have faces though. Yeah, I don't have any more faces. Oh my god. Angie and I both wanted to be in the photo since Miracle was in it, and the 3 of us were all about the same age. 5 pieces only. Well, that's gotta be him. What if it is Edward Clancy? Is this maybe John? Or is John someone else? No, James is Jim. I do remember reading something about there was like a letter sent to Clancy Edward that said Edward Clancy. Boy's a junior. They're the firstborn son. Oh, that might be a hint. Oh no, he's junior. Clark is her son. You know what? That's what I'm gonna try. Okay. Did we get all of them? Oh, okay, so Joan and Helen were switched. Wait, I want to go back to the board.
So, you thought EC was Edward Clancy Roottrees? And his partner was John Miller?
Yeah!
That's exactly what I needed to hear. I'm Sam Madsen.
Yes,
though you know
Sam!
me as Samantha Roottrees.
Oh my god.
Yep. My book tells the truth about Elias, the 5 pieces, and my parents. Not my biological parents, Elias Jr. and Patsy. My fathers, Edward Clancy Roottrees and John Miller. By now, you've either read Lauren's diaries, or you're just an incredible guesser.
I kinda got it.
Lauren was right. I hated the 5 pieces. She just didn't know my full reasoning. My father, Edward Clancy, was a great man. But his identical twin Clancy and his father, Elias, were not. At age 16, my father was caught kissing a farmhand.
Damn.
Back then, they wouldn't even acknowledge gay people existed. Having one in the family was unthinkable. The same year, I was born. A bastard granddaughter. 2 stains on Elias's perfect family. He decided to fix both. They tried to erase Edward Clancy. They even removed his 5 pieces flavor. His name was deemed a dirty word. He became EC. We were sent to the farm, and the 5 pieces did their best to keep the next generation away, to isolate me from family. But Elias couldn't erase us from existence. Laura never realized I was the little girl from her diary. Who could blame me for being so confused that day? Her father was an exact copy of mine. Except without the beard.
Twins.
And while the 5 pieces celebrated a new factory, farmhands did the real work. It's a fluke there's a picture of my father at all.
Yeah, that's
there
crazy.
He is in the background. The 6th 5-piece. Patsy returned, and things got complicated for Elias. She fought for my freedom from a life she deemed unworthy. Elias relented, so long as I never learned the truth
Took a whole lot
or
longer
receive
than I thought it
inheritance.
would.
They knew I'd help my father. At Elias's will reading, I learned part of the truth. The rest I learned at home. I began to hate the 5 pieces. My father made me stay silent. He was worried history would repeat and that his grandchildren would become outcasts. His fears weren't unfounded. As you know, my son Ernie died a few years ago. He had trained to take over as president. But due to family politics, or perhaps hubris, it went to Guy. A real Roottrees. He nearly ruined the company. When Ernie took over, he saved the operation. Over 13 years, he made the family billions. Ernie earned about $36. They got by on Debbie's salary.
Yeah, because the
but
president
when he fell ill, he couldn't pay his medical bills.
gets
His
how
death
much
was
the
my tipping
candy's
point.
worth.
Originally, my book was meant to expose Elias's hypocrisy. Until I started to look into the other dirty laundry. Ron tried to have Robbie removed from the trust, but couldn't.
Oh.
Robbie was a blood relative, even out of wedlock.
Because they got divorced? Is that why it counts as out of wedlock? But they were married when he was conceived? That
stupid. Sounded familiar. The Clancid Trust that Elias established was designed to secure his family's future. His entire family's future. He couldn't write exceptions in without the whole thing falling apart. My book can definitively prove that Elias was not the paragon of virtue he's heralded as. And that my daughter and granddaughters are just as much family, at least in the eyes of the Trust, as anyone else. The Clancid Trust will secure their future. They can decide what to do with their shares. But I'm old, and I'm not in it for the money. The truth has been eating away at me for years. But now, I can set the record straight. Thanks to you. As someone who enjoys searching for the truth, you might understand the power it has.
Yep.
Whitewashing the past to protect the status quo can lead to repercussions in the present and future.
Does whitewashing count for when it's homophobia?
So thank you. You knocked it out of the park. With your expert work, the truth will come to light. And when it does, my share of the Clancid Trust is yours.
Holy.
Like I said at the beginning, set for life. Looking at the family tree on your wall, now with my father's, everything finally feels complete. Unless a whole lot more Roottrees somehow appear from thin air. This is the last time I'll come knocking. Thanks again, and so long.
Okay, I kind of want to fix the two that we have mixed up. I don't know if we can, though. Her book was published, yay! Mixed reviews.
Saturday night and you're quite a sight. The world might be burning, but I'm
Everything changed.
making ends meet, so parent and you.
Yeah, Roottrees Mania. So what happens if I press continue? Can I come back here? Yeah, John Miller. How can I lock it in? There we go. Now we got it. Okay, now we can skip through this.
My, not, but,
But,
we were, but,
Thanks, Sam.
On down to the sea.
Okay. I still have my tea. It's over on my coffee table. Oh my god. My coffee table is a puzzle board on top of a small, like, table that's like this big. But I've got my tea over there. I'm gonna go grab it, and then we can start Roottrees Mania. Okay. So, I think I pressed new game? Let me look it up. I don't want to, like, completely end the game. How to start Roottrees Mania. Start a new game and select Roottrees Mania. Okay. Spoil unlock content. Yes. New. There we go. Now it doesn't oversave our last file, I think.
Hi.
Who the fuck are you?
I'm Clark. Probably
The
not who
advertising
you
guy?
expected to be knocking, but life's funny sometimes. You've done well staying anonymous. It took us a while to track you down. A lot has happened in the last year. Far too much of it public. But there's stuff going on behind the scenes too.
Behind the scenes.
I never wanted to be president.
Oh, he's
I'm
president
not great
now?
with stress. And with my mother's deteriorating I'm sorry, I'm rambling. I'm not here for sympathy. I'm here because part of the fallout of Sam's book is that everyone's coming out of the woodwork. Now that it's public knowledge that Clancy Trust covers any root tree despite their history with us, a lot of potential cousins have surfaced. You may have seen that man on the cover of News Time. It was a disaster for us. And then Miracle went and made it all about himself. The long and short of it is a lot of potential cousins just showed up. Sam's helping some of them, but she's not really going about it the right way. And she's not taking calls from anyone in the family. I let it slip through a mutual friend that I found you, and I was stopping in. It's manipulative, but I'm hoping she'll reach out to you. You can let her know I'm on her side. In the meantime, if you're willing, I can share our files with you.
Thank
Pass
you.
them along to Sam if she reaches out. I'm genuinely hoping she'll realize I'm an ally. Feel free to do your own research. I've been told you enjoy things like this. To each their own.
Okay, so new cousins. Ah, okay. Ah, due to affairs. Damn. That is tough. Okay. So 6 pieces. The Roottrees Rift. Clark Raftery LaRue. 5 Ps. Roottrees Mania. And Inam. I was gonna say anonymous, but it's not anonymous, and that just confused me. Okay. Today is August 3rd, 1999. It has been 8 months since you helped Sam Madsen with the research necessary for her book. Sam was true to her word and paid you an incredibly large sum of money. She never mentioned you by name, however, so you've managed to keep a low profile. The Roottrees, on the other hand, have not. Below is a summary of notable events since the book's release, though you can refresh your memory in full detail by searching online. 6 pieces. Sam Madsen's book about Elias Roottrees was released in February. It was a bestseller for a few months. At the time, Carl had not yet been replaced. The Roottrees Rift. In March, the Roottrees company stumbled publicly as they attempted to respond to the book's release, with multiple conflicting press releases and a clear lack of leadership. Clark Rafferty LaRue. was announced as permanent successor to Carl Rootree. Although he was just Clark Rafferty. I guess when he married, he also hyphenated his name. When he married Kim. The company hired an outside legal group to handle the changes to the clan's trust. This included any other new questions of lineage. 5 Ps. After this announcement, there was a rash of different people claiming to be Roottrees. Most dismissed as opportunists and scammers. The highest profile of these, by a wide margin, was a rapper named Felix Fellows, who changed his moniker to 5 Ps as a publicity move at the same time. 5 Ps is the only notable person on the updated tree. Rootree Mania. In another high-profile misstep, Miracle Rootree publicly and how do you say that? Vehemently denied that 5 Ps was a Rootree. The Rootree's legal team then offered to do a DNA test to get 5 Ps to drop his claim. And, in a moment that caught what seemed like the entire world by storm, the test proved he was a Rootree. Suddenly, the world was obsessed with the Rootrees. I don't even know how to say this. I'm just gonna say Anon. And Jane Doe Rootree. In July, an anonymous woman who the press began to refer to is... I can't say that. I don't know how to do it. My tongue doesn't want to. Appeared in interviews with her face and voice disfigured. She claimed that an affair with a Rootree led to the birth of her daughter, aka Jane Doe Rootree. If true, this would make her daughter yet another secret Rootree, and therefore entitled to a share of the clan's trust. Nobody knew it at the time, but this would turn out to be the last chapter in the Rootree Mania saga. As more and more of Anonymous story came out, people began to notice how much it echoed 5 Ps in nearly every significant way. The court of public opinion began to turn, confirming the world's suspicions. The DNA test, orchestrated by lawyers on both sides, proved that her daughter was not a Rootree. This final event caused public disappointment, smugness from doubters, and countless accusations of the entire ordeal began an elaborate hoax or attempt at fraud. Things got a bit ugly, and the fun of Rootree Mania seems to disappear overnight. Now, a month later, it feels like a distant memory. Previously on. Okay, so this is just what happened last time? Oh, man. Focus. Yeah, what happened last time. Will contain red herrings. Not all of them will be used. Okay. All evidence from before is still available for your convenience. Okay. Yep, we know all this. Butler County. Five presidents, but there's 6 now, right? Yeah, Chris Raff. Ron and Robbie. Yeah, that was the red herring. Okay, and this is our guy. Okay, today there was a knock at our door. Clark Rafferty LaRue, the current president of the Rootree Candy Company, explained that multiple people have come out of the woodwork to claim to be Roottrees. He's been trying to work with Sam, but she has not answered his calls. He also handed you a letter that he said you could share with Sam that said the following. To both of you, the company I hired to help us with the clan's trust is busy pouring through the entire family's history, as well as people they may have had contact with. That said, the family is not particularly happy with this and are doing their best to slow things down. Many of them are actively avoiding our interviews. Every time there's a high-profile public case, it causes headaches. So please, I don't mind if you do your research, but I ask that you stop going to the press. Instead, we have a highly trained team of lawyers to back you up. We're ready and willing to verify anyone and everyone you believe could be realistically part of a relationship that led to the birth of a new root tree. Just tell us who to investigate by filling in the new sections of the tree, and we'll take the time to handle verifying that the timeline checks out. But keep in mind why we're here. If someone didn't have a child or has already been disqualified by our lawyers, like in the case of the girl with the negative DNA test, there won't be a place for them on the tree. We're not just looking for affairs and infidelities, we're only looking for ones that lead to potential new root trees. Some spots in the new section will be marked with a tree icon. Those areas are reserved for members of the original family tree you filled in 8 months ago. Yep. Just like last time, be sure to use birth names for everyone you add. To start sorting out the infidelities, I recommend you turn your eyes to the men in positions of power. I'd love to say that's only because it would have been a lot harder for the women to hide 9 months of pregnancy and birth without the family noticing, but I can't. Oh my goodness. I'll be blunt, I'm no stranger to infidelity. I wish I could claim that I was a perfect husband, but you've seen the family tree, so why pretend? Some of us learned how to wield our family name and fortune to our benefit. Consequences be damned. I can't change the past or unhurt those I betrayed. Instead, all I can do is be honest with myself and to you. I refuse to make any more mistakes and do my best to sort out the various messes we left behind. Fill in the tree, and together we can figure out how to begin to make amends. Okay. So let's start with 5 Ps since it's got the star. The dial-up tone. Which is what, like Felix Fellows? Yeah, Felix Fellows. Some recent radio play after being publicly confirmed as a long-lost root tree. Known for their... Okay. Harsh review of modern music gives his most recent album, Root of All Evil, 1 star out of 7 for whatever reason. With the headline, More Poser Than My Action Figure Collection. His real name is David and used to go by Dirte Davy, and the author rues the fact that his rebranding was a blatant marketing stunt at the expense of his mother's tragic past. Overdosed at 16. When he was 16. Apparently, only one of the songs on the album is new, and the others were simply rewritten to turn blatant references to sex, drugs, and violence into clumsy euphemisms. A few months ago. News Time, that's probably a periodical. His mother with Guy Hudson. Yep, periodical. Okay. Denied it. Miracle even appeared on the same magazine a week later. Publicly welcomed. Okay. So we've got a lot here. We could look up 5 Ps on that article. He looks ridiculous, I can't. So this is Miracle. This is the photo he's holding. So that's Guy. And then his mother. Joanna, when she was Zach Morden's secretary. Okay, so if we come here... we gotta figure out when he was born, right? Oh, shit. Infidelity, split up. So how old is he? So he was 16 when his mother passed away. Divorced when they were 4. So there's a split up of... Okay. So there has to be some sort of split up like this. So it's either this, this, this. Got 3 spots. Oh, he's got to be the star, actually, right? So this is Guy. And he was the 3rd president. Her name was Joanna. Oh, first and last name. Holy. She was a secretary. Okay, but it's got to be her maiden name. Felix Fellows. Which, that doesn't count here. It's gotta be, like, what his actual name was. Which I think it told us. Mother Joanna was Zach Orded's secretary when he retired, and then Guy Hudson's secretary for only 1 or 2 weeks after that before she quit. First few weeks that he was president. His parents divorced when he was 4 after his father learned of the affair. Felix and his mother then moved to Portland because she was afraid for her and her son's life. He grew up with her until he was 16, but one day his mother neighbor came home from the movie rental store where she worked at the register. The next morning, they found her dead from an overdose in her car. She had stolen all the cash from her drawer and spent it on heroin. As Felix went through her belongings, the only things he had to remember her by were a hairbrush she always used, some photos, and a stuffed animal from her childhood. But then he found it, a box hidden in the back of her closet. Inside were love letters and photos related to Guy Hudson, as well as a letter from his father containing threats. He threw it all away with the exception of one photo he appears with on the cover of Newest NEWST Time, or News Time. There we go. He says it was the only one where they were dressed, the only one not from the affair itself. The magazine also includes some additional history about 5P's career. Born to Riley and Joanna Fellows. So Riley was his father. Fellows. But that's not her last name. Right? He tried to find success by opening for other artists and even by selling CDs on street corners. So maybe he is Felix Fellows. How many do I need to lock it in? Does it tell me? Is it 3 or is it 4? Oh, it's 4. It's still 4, okay. God, what the fuck? What the hell? That's insane. Since the release of the recent book, Roottrees has seen an overwhelming number of false ancestral claims. None have been factual, nearly all have been knowingly dishonest. Okay. So then Miracle came on afterwards, but... Oh, that's Felix in his glasses. Damn. Charlatans and thieves. Okay. This was before the DNA test. Miracle doesn't focus much on the detail of Five Piece's accusation regarding his mother and Guy Hudson. Instead, he comes across as exhausted at the events that have been going on behind the scenes, as well as the character of those he feels are attacking his family. Left out anything that could fit the agenda. He points out Sam's daughter still earns a generous salary for overseeing the farm division of Roottrees, and that Sam did the same before her. But Sam's family was not destitute, and that really it was only her son who chose to take on a job with no salary. Claims that though they didn't have to, the family helped pay for her son's medical bills after voting that it was the right thing to do. Miracle also says that the story about his father, Elias, shunning EC was one-sided, leaving out Edward Clancy's blame in the whole thing. Elias gave him a simple ultimatum: stop sinning or be disowned. Miracle says it was EC's own choice and that Elias allowing him to earn food and shelter on the company's dime was a kindness. Man. Especially considering that he and John continued to live together. Miracle then pivots to the fallout from 6 Pieces. We could look that up in the library. Deluge of claims to the clan's trust that the family had been subjected to, blah 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 blah. Outside legal team to help, but so far every case has been demonstrably laughably false. Calls him a grifter and a delinquent, says he is using their name and products to sell filth to the masses. Violent, sexist, ungodly, and prays the boy will repent and retract his lies and find religion. True story. Can join him on farewell tour this upcoming fall. Is this Miracle or Miracle Jr.? It's gotta be Miracle. Miracle's Roottrees are planning on touring the country's churches one last time, and now that at 71, Miracle's the oldest living Roottrees. Plans to continue preaching at his own church. After the tour, this is your last chance to hear the truth from the man with the most complete recollection of one of America's most notable families in your own hometown. Oh, damn. I don't like him. Miracle does not speak for his entire family. We're working carefully on a plan to definitively disprove any claims of infidelity in our family's past. Despite Sam Madsen being born the year before him. Damn. Out of ignorance or spite. So we don't know Joanna's name. So we've got 2. Right, she doesn't count as towards like the 4, I'm assuming. Let's see, what else? This is what I want. We could actually look him up in the other periodicals. Maybe. I thought he'd for sure be in the music one. Oh, here we go. Hunky hotties. Popular and attracted enough that even though his music is not targeted towards teen girls, they seem to be paying attention anyways. Listed him amongst the hunky hotties for the past few months with small bios that tell you various facts about him. This includes his real name, David, and his birthday, and his star sign. 1977. So it's David Fellows? Oh, wasn't there another thing about Dirte Davy? Dirt poor. Maybe this is her maiden name? Let's see what names that we've got here. Okay. So David Fellows. Let's look up 6 Pieces by Sam Madsen. Released earlier this year and details the truth about Elias Roottrees as well as Sam's father, Edward Clancy Roottree, and John Miller. You helped verify your story, so much of the book's core contents are familiar to you. That said, Sam had some sections on the other family secrets and rumors. Much of it didn't matter to the primary purpose of the book, and some of it is new to you and may be important to your new search. Okay, I can't take his face. Oh my god. These are long contents. She ran the farm and then her daughter took over. Coincide with the reign of Guy Hudson. Not a fan of Guy. Not a fan of remaining faithful to his wife Patricia. Many of their hires at the time were young, single women, and Guy often spent a lavish amount of money on private parties. Most of it is hearsay. One of Sam's farm supervisors was named Elizabeth. Elizabeth had a daughter who Sam never met, but who worked as one of Guy's secretaries. According to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. Wasn't aware that the party was for swingers. And her daughter showed up with Guy and didn't seem comfortable switching partners. Main positive contribution to the company involved expanding the markets previously untapped by Roottrees. However, when he went on trips overseas, they were often for weeks at a time, and Guy was known for spending more time and money on unofficial business than meetings with distributors and manufacturers. At least one politician to open a factory in Brazil. Speculates Elias may have cheated on Gwyneth. Much kinder to Sam than Elias was, and the first to invite Sam to family events. They were known to argue loudly, sometimes about another woman. Sam also says her son, Ernie, once asked her, "Who's Beth?" because he overheard them yelling about someone with that name. As far as Sam knows, Elias once had a secretary named Elizabeth. different Elizabeth from the supervisor at the farm, but she never met her. Okay, let's look up Antonelli's. No more local resource. Rochelle Zimmer. When it closed in 1992, the owner, Rochelle Zimmer, sold the land the building was on. Many years before that, there's a puff piece from Valentine's Day, 1978, that asked recently married residents of Butler County how he met. Christine Garland responded. She and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago, when she delivered produce from her mother's farm. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries, although they grew apart. When the restaurant switched suppliers, they reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. So that would have been 1977. So now she's got a bun in the oven. So 1978, 79. Delivering more produce. Moved to Boston to open their own restaurant. So that's probably Christine Garland. That's gotta be the next one, right? Christine Garland. And then it was Steve. Did it give us his last name? No. But maybe Zimmer. If she's now the owner. Let's assume Zimmer. Ooh, 2 kids. Shit. Who worked as one of Guy's secretaries? Yeah, that's gotta be who we're talking about. Right? Because it's what it said for her. She was a secretary but went back to delivering produce on the weekends. Or she is a secretary. Moved to Boston to open their own restaurant. Rochelle Zimmer. Let's assume that's one of their daughters. It says that she was a secretary. If we come here. So I don't think Elizabeth belongs anywhere, at least this Elizabeth. Okay, so we know this has to be Elias, or, yeah, the original Elias, right? This guy? It's gotta be. What if we just look up Elias Rootree? Ooh, okay, so you can go back and show older versions too. Quote from Bess Williams' book appeared to have been taken down. So that doesn't give me his photo, I don't think. I thought it said that we had old photos archived. No, I cannot take his picture from there. Okay, nothing. May now be irrelevant. That's cool. Just wondering where we get his picture from. So we can't take his picture. Who's Beth? Yeah, Elizabeth, okay. So he had to have been with his secretary, Elizabeth. Okay, blah 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 blah. Popular tourist attraction during the summer months when it had special tours. However, it has since seen an explosion of off-season business as some religious and political groups decided to visit to show support for Elias and Gwyneth's traditional values and financial rights. This rise in support was in turn followed by pickets from gay rights activists when some particularly inflammatory organizations made their pilgrimage. Amongst all this conflict, the farm has since shut down seemingly indefinitely. The website says check back later. What if we look up this thing? It's the same. Might be in a periodical. Okay, this is old. Nothing. We can look up more of this. We've looked up that. We could look up the Rootree Rift. Three press releases from the Rootree Candy Company after the release of 6 pieces were referred to as the Rootree Rift due to clear conflicts between them. First was fairly standard. It stated there was no president of the Roottrees company, but the entire family was made aware of the release of the book and that they would be meeting as soon as possible. A second release was emailed to business newspapers 3 hours later and announced that after a vote, Ron Roottrees would be taking over temporarily as interim president. Ron was aware of the book and had verified claims within. It would look into compensating Mrs. Madsen and her family immediately. Blah, blah, blah. It was quickly clear to business reporters and analysts that the time between the two press releases would not have been logistically sufficient to gather a majority of the family, even using conference calls. This was reported on many news channels, and a third, much shorter press release came the next day. It claimed that a draft of the announcement was made prematurely and that Clark Raftery LaRoe and Ron Roottrees would be taking over as the company's first joint presidents. It also stated that any compensation plan would be based on a stringent verification process. Okay. Then let us look up this in the periodicals. Nobody from the Roottrees that had reached out to was willing to go on record. Instead, the timeline of events has been constructed from public record, accidental leaks, and a source from the inside. They wanted Ron Roottrees to take over because of his experience running RR Productions and because he was well-known and well-respected Roottrees. Okay, nothing in any of these. I thought that would give us, like, the articles. I guess it did tell us what they were, but I thought it would, like, give us the printout. We could probably look up Sam Madsen. Confusing moves referenced in popular culture due to a late-night sketch about indecision-itis. Disease coined by a popular sketch show as part of a fake pharmaceutical advertisement for JIT Together. While the segment isn't fully about the Roottrees Candy Company, it was released on the weeks after the bizarre response to the release of 6 Pieces by Sam Madsen and references the recent news. In the sketch, a woman ordered a number 5 at a drive-thru speaker. Then after pulling forward, she changed her mind at the window and asking to switch it to number 3. This caused a lengthy backup and annoyance among the restaurant's employees and other patrons. After she pulled away, as the employees began helping other customers, the same woman then barged into the restaurant, past the current line, loudly complaining that she didn't receive her number 5. After this, the sketch transitioned from the restaurant scene into a pharmaceutical commercial. The doctor claims that the woman was suffering from indecisionitis, a disease that causes extreme confusion and irritability. It has recently been found to severely hinder the leaders of large corporations, but could also spread to humans. The doctor then recommends JIT Together, a fake pharmaceutical drug. Multiple testimonials use variations of the catchphrase. When I can't make my tough decisions, I gotta get my JIT together. That's good. The final testimony included a bald man in a silhouette with a voice changer saying, "I'm not comfortable sharing who I am, but I am comfortable saying that before I took over my family's candy company, I really should have gotten my JIT together." That is hilarious. So that's gotta be Clark. We could look up Roottrees Mania. It's actually Roottrees. Collectively, popular culture seemed to focus on the Roottrees family and 5 Ps for a few weeks before everything felt oversaturated and society moved on. Because of the 5 Ps saga, an underlying through line on how to pop culture related An underlying through line to how pop culture treated Rootree mania was an excuse for everyday people to claim they were also Roottrees. Daytime talk shows had I'm a Secret Rootree episodes, late night hosts and guests make jokes about other lost members of the family. Widely shared website where you could fill in your own name to find out if you were a secret Rootree. When you submitted your name, it simply said no, with an image of Clark Raftery giving you the finger. Oh, that's funny. Lasted a few weeks. Trigger new printings of other Rootree-related media. This included Lauren's diaries, VHS releases of Quinn's old movies, as well as countless other unauthorized biographies. The Rootree sisters, Carl and Brenda. Too late to successfully capitalize on or extend the craze. Okay. Maybe we can look up unauthorized biographies. No. Maybe we could look up, like Carl Rootree biography. Brenda. Okay. And then we could look up Clark Raftery LaRue. Does not include Root, which appears to have been its own new leadership. Okay. Clark and Ron would be taking over for what was essentially described as a transitional period in the aftermath of the Six Pieces. Okay, so Clark is the new permanent president. It's not joint anymore. Volatile marital history. Yeah, because he had 2 divorces. Pretty crazy. First move was a statement in favor of accepting Sam and her family into the trust. No longer be handled by anyone in the family, since due to their financial motivation, none of them could be impartial. That makes sense. What's the older? What's your latest? Okay. Ruby Spratt and her company Ruby Legal Enterprises were featured in Business Watch after the company took over as the keepers of the Clan's trust. It seems that Ruby actually approached the Roottrees sometime in late March, after the Roottree Rift, but well before Rootree Mania, an accomplished but relatively low-profile lawyer. She offered to work for very little money, so long as she could be a public face to build her reputation. I don't trust that, though. Put her in charge of the trust, both legally and as public face, to prevent further issues. Ruby Legal Enterprises has been described as a mix between law firm and a PR firm. Her first move, as sort of a trial run before she was even hired permanently, was to help them draft a public statement accepting Sam into the family and declaring that they'd begin to address the Clan's trust. Now in charge of many financial aspects of the company, including verifying any claims to the trust. Yep. Okay. Charitable causes such as scholarships. And Root. They were recently in the news due to a high-profile lawsuit they raised against Cicely Sanchez. Oh man, this is a lot of information that I feel like doesn't have anything to do with anything. Oh wait, Guy Hudson. Okay, Portrait of a Changed Man and her follow-up Foreign Gospel did not perform as well critically, but still sold quite respectably. Written a few more books since then, including the biography of Van Gogh, but her first two are claim to fame. Okay, we're gonna want both of those books. According to a site about authors, Cicely was known for her nonfiction with a focus on exploring the darkness in the human psyche. Appeared in a magazine called Pictotee. With an article about a book she had commissioned to write for Guy Hudson, the magazine and Cicely herself were immediately issued a cease and desist due to its inclusion of pictures that she never had the rights to publish. A Pictotee magazine. Here we go. We're gonna want to search those books. And also the periodical. Portrait of a Changed Man. Okay, that doesn't give us anything. What if everything you stand for, everything you know to be true today could disappear in an instant? All your politics, relationships, gone in the blink of an eye. Would you still be you? It tells this powerful true story about a man who woke up after being saved from drowning in his backyard pool and became an entirely different person. Included are interviews from those that knew him best before, as well as a one-on-one chat that paints an entirely different picture. What if that were me? Okay, that was that one. Foreign Gospel. Out of print. Claims he was told by God that he would travel to Thailand to begin to preach, convert 10,000 people. Okay, that doesn't really give us anything. Let's also look up the biography of Van Gogh. Because it'd be cool if they had it. Nothing, okay. Two periodicals. Guy Hudson. An issue that focused on a talking toy fish and the demonic messages it supposedly said as the batteries ran low. Pictotee had an article about a cancelled book by Cicely Sanchez. The book's subject was Guy Hudson, and the issue was said to contain pictures that Cicely did not have the rights to publish. Because of the pictures, this issue was pulled from store shelves, making it subject to some conspiracies and an instant collector's item due to its recall. Which we don't have the book's name, right? This utensil that will help you lose 50 pounds. It's unreleased, so I don't think we'd be able to find it. Basilbub. I get it. Okay. Had the relevant pages removed, rendering this magazine useless unless you want to read about a potentially demonic fish toy. Okay, so we need the missing pages of this. What if I look up Roottrees? You find a recently finished online auction that listed a copy at over $1,000, though nobody bid. Maybe we could buy it. I wonder if we look up her in the periodical, if it's something different. Yeah, same thing. Okay. So we've got 8 hints in both of these. Big sass sea bass. I could look up Roottrees secrets. Nothing there. We could look up the fish. Basselbone. We could look up big sass sea bass. Talking fish that sits on a fake mount on your wall. When you press the button and speak into it, it mimics your voice and then insults you. Many people consider it a ripoff of a more popular wall-mounted communication-based fish decoration. But the packaging makes it clear that this one does not sing. Sardonic and sarcastic wit that will leave you reeling with laughter. It's oceans of fun for the whole family. Reeling oceans and hooked are conveniently bolded to ensure you recognize how clever the copywriter was. I wonder if there's like a way that we can get like collector item things. Maybe I could look up Roottrees. What's it called? Pico tea? So maybe she had an affair with him as well? Potentially. We haven't looked up these. She's on News Time. She referred to her daughter as Jane Doe Roottrees. Okay, included her job in the late time period. Is this true? I guess it has to be true, right? Does that mean that our mother and Guy Hudson were not involved in an affair? Every right to make her claim, as it has been verified that her stories about Guy Hudson were not exaggerated. Do we have... Okay, no, they all have to have kids, so she can't be in here. Yeah, it does not appear in your updated tree. Let's look her up anyways. Well, that gives me the same thing. Nice, okay. The first and only mentioned the phrase I can't say that. I can't do it. Came the week after when they issued an apology for featuring her in the first place. Determined that she's not a Rootree through a DNA test. But did not coin the phrase, okay. An anonymous woman appeared on the cover of News Times shortly after 5Ps was confirmed to be a member of the Rootree family, and in homage to the previous cover, she holds a picture of her daughter. Unlike 5Ps, she wished to remain anonymous. Both photos were obscured. Claimed to have an affair. Worked under Zach Morden, we're already gone. Lavish parties, yep. You paid her a significant amount of hush money on a reoccurring basis under the table. Interesting. Is this... Okay, it doesn't have any hints in it. Okay, it seems like there's one more piece of information here that we can get out. Not entirely sure though. It says 2. We might be able to look her up. Nothing. Man, this is tough. In the same family, that's insane. It's hard because I'm not entirely sure what I'm supposed to be looking for. We could look up Guy Hudson parties, maybe. How do I spell his name? S-O-N. Okay. Roottrees mania, he suddenly rose to prominence again after 5Ps appeared on the cover of a magazine holding a photo of Guy and his mother. Few people that existed adjacent to the company in the 70s have come forward with stories about debauchery and swinger parties. Guy liked to throw large holiday parties whenever he had an excuse, and they often got very out of hand. This fact has led some people to speculate that the night he died in a car crash he was drunk or impaired in some way, but the Butler County Police have released multiple statements and ample evidence that proves decisively that it was not foul play. No party had been and that no party had taken place. Can we look up the police? Okay, that gives us the same item. I'm a little stuck. No, that doesn't give me anything. I feel like the only additional thing we found was about the what's her face? Garland Christine. Garland Christine. Christine. Gosh, how do you spell her name? I-N-E. Rochelle Zimmer. Rochelle and her husband Mark Zimmer have a few mentions in the Butler County Times. They were both local business owners. Rochelle owned Antonelli's, an Italian restaurant, and Mark owned a local bookstore called Bookmarks, both closed in 1992. Steve was also mentioned once in the Butler County Times when he was sued by Steve Garland. Oh shit. Okay, so that's not what it is at all. So this is Steve Garland. Maybe Garland's fine for these. Maybe Fellows is fine. Rochelle's not her daughter. Rochelle is someone else. Maybe not even in this area. Bookmarks. Mark was also mentioned when he was sued by... Okay. Although Lauren Roottrees did do a book signing in 1970. What was his name? Mark Zimmer? We could look up bookmark. Is it bookmarks? Here we go. Kitchen Tales is a story-based recipe book credited to Mark Zimmer that had some success after it was featured on a morning talk show. The book released before the internet was widespread, so mentions are rare. One book collector states that the publishers were unprepared for the demand and that there was no second printing, so it's unusual to find a copy in the wild. You find an alternative medicine website which focuses on cooking with natural ingredients. It mentions that one of Kitchen Tale's recipes uses salt water. The owner of the site has included a scan of that recipe, which is added to your evidence. If you switch out the salt water of the recipe for a mix of 2/3 spring water and 1/3 filtered seaweed, it tastes great. Oh my gosh, is it like like actual recipes where it's like a whole biography in the beginning and then it gets to the recipe? Oh, that's so funny. Holy shit. Mine's recipes and stories. Oh my god. That's insane. Okay. For years, two bakers, Flora and Yates, flirted. They grew their friendship, compared recipes, and combined knowledge. She loved his salt and pepper bread, and he adorned her rosemary cheeks. They thought sweetly about one another, but he was one day whisked away and conscripted to bake the army's bread. By the oil of the lamp, Flora's tears began to salt her bread. The recipe asked for the reader to combine flour, yeast, sugar, olive oil, and rosemary. Combine the salt and water together and add to the mixture and whisk until the dough begins to form. It was 10 to 12 years later that they met again, seemingly by fate. Flora's unique dough had earned her a position as the king's personal baker. Yates had found success as well. He baked for the kingdom's 45 diplomats. One day they returned from the Dutch Isles with a gift, 450 unbaked loaves, and were sent to the palace bakery to teach a method that required no kneading. Allow the dough to proof for 10 to 12 hours, then spread it out and let sit for over 45 minutes on a floured baking sheet with no kneading. Next, prepare a Dutch oven preheated to 450 degrees. Upon seeing Yates, Flora was both delighted and distraught. She felt as if she was torn in two. She had not been made aware of the gift and had already prepared buns for the palace ovens. She wished to greet Yates warmly, but was struck by fear that he'd be unable to bake with her, that she'd face retribution for being unprepared. She cried to Yates, adding more salt to her dough. Cut the dough into 2 equal pieces and lightly sprinkle salt across the top of one of them. Yates eased her pain. He insisted she had no obligation to prepare for a return, as she thought impossible, but he shared her fear of retribution. He knew if they did not solve her predicament, they'd miss their final chance to bake together. In the end, instead of wallowing in the present, they worked together to shape the future. They twisted and entwined their dough and baked them as one. Thus was born the plated loaf. Word quickly spread of this new delight. The king's decree on royal parchment was that it would be considered a delicacy. Roll and twist the pieces to entwine them, then take the twist and wrap around the inside of the Dutch oven. Atop parchment from outside inward to make a spiral. So this has something to do with, like, actual, like, twins being born, right? Bankrolled by the king, Flora and Yates spent their days baking together. They traveled for 45 years and settled down for 15 more. Their souls were golden with no regrets. Lastly, bake for 45 minutes, remove lid, and observe until crust is golden brown, which could take up to 15 minutes. Or maybe not twins, but, like, the king's gotta be whoever. This might be the king. Or this. Or this. But that was Zimmer. That wasn't Garland. When did that book come out? Does it say here? Seemed to disappear from online marketplaces in 1992. Maybe I could look up Kitchen Tales. By Mark Zimmer. Garnishing the Truth. 1982. 1982. Could be this. So this was, Rochelle. Mark Zimmer. Potentially. I'm so confused. Okay, Rubber Ducky, give me something. Oh yeah, we could look up his music, actually. Oh, sorry, it's all one word. Root of all evil. Mostly material that 5-piece recorded for his mixtapes before he became notable, but re-recorded with lyrical differences in professional production. He's got a single. After dropping the single, 5Ps announced he retained the infamous celebrity lawyer Stevie Whitlock to sue his family. To date, it doesn't seem like he's followed through. MTV Bandit. Oh, that gave me something. This track is the only new song on the album. The subject matter of the song is hypocrisy of those that claim money is evil. He points out that the people who think money is evil are those that have it. Those that can afford not to be greedy. And the song 5Ps triumphantly talks about taking the Roottrees' wealth due to it being his birthright. You can find a copy of the song. Okay. Could look up this, maybe. Oh, that just gives me the same.
Attention, attention, Roottrees.
This is a diss track.
Coming at you from the real world. You know, the place you ain't ever lived in.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Root of all your
Man,
problems.
y'all are hypocrites. Sitting back in your massive estates, built from the cash that your ancestors gave you, acting like you somehow deserve it, based on your family's creations. Yo.
But looky here, sonny, don't you come for our money, or you might burn bright in hellfire someday, like that Madsen chick.
And her two dads. My pappy's cleansing trust should keep you away. Yo, it's disturbing, catching a sermon from a geezer who's never known hurt, but blurts out these claims that somehow we're sinners, cause we didn't earn it. When all of your worth it came free with your name, you expect me to treat your lectures on greed as some expert creed from he without blame. How about instead, I turn my other cheeks and spread them. When you give me a kiss, you'll know just where to aim.
You say money is the root.
I was wondering if maybe there's like a nod to his mom's actual name or something in here.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon feeds you the world's purest treacle. While real
Did they
world
make these songs
furnace
specifically
fools
for this
yellow.
game?
So once more with passion, tell this poor tragic orphan how your mansions and Porsches are actually horrible.
How I'm better off penniless, grasping for morsels.
That's actually extortion. With your candy ass name, synonymous with sweets. Oh, you wanna call me classless? I'm gangster from Portland, but I play that game. I came up on the streets. The only streets you reppin' are Park Place and Boardwalk. Hypocrisy, monopoly is toppling. When I knock, have G's. Top off my pockets, please. Cause the same God that got to steal my mom from me is what he wants, right? With you to live in poverty. And if you're suddenly not eager to unhand that fortune, that's unfortunate. I guess I'm gonna have to take my portion, and I'll do it all legally. Class action, courtrooms, decorum. I way past your fancy ass dormant.
You say money is
Okay.
the root of all your
Doesn't seem like there's much in
problems. Let
here.
me take those problems away.
Bring the choir in.
You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away. You say money is the root of all your problems. Let me take those problems away.
Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon thieves, you're the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning spoons for the needle. Whoever calls dollars the root of all evil, just trying to make small pursuits of real people. You silver spoon thieves, you're the world's purest treacle, while real world folks burning
Okay,
spoons for the
that really gave us nothing. Yeah, it didn't give us anything. Look up Dirty Davy. Yeah, old mixtapes. Ah. We just haven't gotten any other pictures, and I'm not... Like, obviously Miracle's gotta be one of the people, too. Like, potentially this is Miracle. That's not 4. I guess she doesn't count, right? It's gotta be blood relatives. Key relatives. We could look up Miracle Roottrees. Yep, destined to die, blah 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 blah. Last chance to meet him. Reminisce about his famous history, family's saints and sinners, and provide a unique perspective. Miracle's news appearances. Okay, this one's old. Yeah, none of this seems relevant, unfortunately. This is supposed to give us one hint somewhere. But we could look up Edward Clancy. We could look up John Miller. Or maybe just EC Roottrees. Rubber ducky! Why am I having such a hard time? we gotta look at our old stuff. Charles Lee. I'm like confused on what I'm supposed to be looking for. Yeah, Danielle. I don't think I can click on any of their faces. I don't think we had this one before. Jim and Diamond, one of their songs is called Sun. The website found it on did not have a full version, but you managed to find a short preview of the song's chorus. There blazed a spark of light that ever brightly shone, from her starting days imparting wisdom to conquer life unknown. Though someday she'd depart, in part I'll never be alone. In my heart I'll always be the son of. Who was he the son of? In my heart I'll always be the son of. Ah, Joan Monroe. That's how we were supposed to figure that out. That makes sense. So is that the only thing we missed, then? So we had these. We had this. Yep. Out of curiosity. We had that. Yeah, we only missed one piece of evidence then, which was that song. Unfortunately, I don't feel like that helped anything. But I definitely think it's Elias, Miracle, Guy, and then two together. 1998, so that had to be recent. Oh, we've got new picture for him. Oh my god, is it gonna be... Oh, no, it has to be Zach. Okay, so we don't have a new picture for him. So the people with pictures, it definitely has to be them, right? So that's Clark. Oh wait, that's not Clark, this is Guy. So besides Guy, it's Clark, Chris, and Zach. You missed so much. Okay, so we finished the base game and now we're in Roottrees Mania, and I've been in this part for like an hour and a half and haven't gotten anything. And it's a little confusing. So it's basically like people in here had affairs and now we're trying to figure out all the affair kids. Shadow Lady was Sam, so you were right on that. Shadow Lady was Sam, and who we had to find were her like real parents, or not necessarily real parents, but the people who raised her, which was the 2 farmhands. And one of the farmhands was actually his twin brother, but he was gay and married the other farmhand, John, so he was like kicked out of the family. So they raised her like as their farmhand daughter, kind of. So yeah, that's how that ended. And now I'm just so lost down here. We know that this is Guy Hudson's kid. Affair kid with Johanna. And she was married to Riley. I don't know if this is supposed to be Fellows or her maiden name. Haven't figured that out. But I have like random guesses here and there, but I don't know what's going on with anything. Like I don't get it. I'm having a hard time. Like there's supposed to be pages in here about Guy. And Guy apparently had a bunch of like swinger parties, which is why he's got like 5 different affairs. 1, 2, yeah, 5. It's not entirely sure. But the magazine was discontinued and we can't find the pages that were in here. Yeah, Guy be swinging. But this was the one that we kind of have locked in, which is Felix Fellows, but his birth name was David. Yeah. I feel like that's all I've got. Here's the photo of Guy and his mom. There's people in the background. I can't click on them though. But yeah, and she used to be his secretary. But we need 4 to lock in, and I'm confident in these 2, obviously. I don't know if she counts as towards the 4. Yeah, secretary affair, which it seems like there's a lot of that. Because there was a mention of Elias Roottrees and Beth, who was also his secretary. I don't know if that's actually what this is here, though. But yeah, I'm stuck, and I think I'm gonna consult the rubber ducky, which last time rubber ducky told me to look at all the old evidence, but I don't feel like any of that helped. Yeah, found a lot of important information, your last. Sam Madsen? That is the Samantha Rootree. Samantha Rootree is Sam Madsen. It's her married name. My ass rubber ducky again. Reminders in your evidence goes over the most important people. Okay, so we should look up the last important people, I guess. Oh, so it was saying that the notable reminders. Is there a thing called reminders? So we should actually look up all these people again. Yeah, so now we have older and newer versions of websites too, which is a little confusing. Though instead of the cherry pink background with purple text, it's now a more traditional black text on a white background. The young webmaster has turned the site into a memorial for the sisters and their father. It seems like she did end up getting her ears pierced like Rose after all. Regardless, there's no relevant information, just a picture of the girls with sad MIDI piano playing in the background. Other higher profile sites, you find that a charity has been set up in the girl's name, the Rose Sister Fashion Scholarship. Should look that up. Yeah, it is kind of cool. The Root website has a small memorial section to the deceased members of the family, but it contains no new information. Text on the leadership page, you learn that Root is currently managed by a designer who is apparently Brenda White's second in command. You don't recognize her name, and she seems unrelated in your search. Okay. A scholarship page awarded to 3 underprivileged high school girls each year who wish to pursue a career in fashion. Also gives them an opportunity to show off their designs on professional models on a real runway. That's cool. Fund was created directly from shares that would have contributed to the inheritance of the Roottrees sisters if they were still alive. Lance Trust, it's managed by Ruby Legal Enterprises. Yes, okay. Which we saw this earlier, but I will pull it up. They like took over the law stuff. And that's where we found Cicely Sanchez, which gave us that magazine that we can't find the missing pages of. Okay, so that was the sisters. Carl Rootree. Many websites and news articles eulogize Carl Rootree along with his daughter's wife and Brenda. Never had any marital issues. Okay. You're welcome. I hope it was okay. You do come across an article about Kristen Valdez, who claims to have been Carl's high school sweetheart before Brenda. She does not make any claim about having had a child with him, she just appeared to be paid to talk about his early life. Most of it's boring. She says that they met when he was sent to a private school near her hometown and broke up when he graduated and moved back to Butler County. Okay, same information. Not that tab. Elias and Gwyneth gave us... I've looked up him. It's basically the same, but it was talking about different protests happening. And now it's... the farm is shut down. We could look up Red Rootree, even though he was a red herring to begin with. Yeah, nothing new there. Jim Rootree. A best of album did get released to CD during Roottrees Mania. While neither of them have performed recently, the couple did do a few signings at local record stores near their estate. During question and answer sessions, Jim had stated that he hasn't been inspired to write any new lyrics. As far as you can tell, Jim and Diamond's marriage is still doing just fine. There have never been any rumors of infidelity about either of them. So, best of Jim and Diamond. Does it give me anything? Lauren Roottrees. In the wake of Six Pieces' release, Lauren Roottrees was tracked down by a reporter as being in one of the most upscale memory care facilities in Pittsburgh. Oh shit. Yeah, that's what I feel too, with the pointing it out. But I guess it's just trying to make our job easier. She was relocated back to Pennsylvania when she began suffering from Alzheimer's. There was a minor backlash towards the reporter that tracked Lauren down because they were caught standing on a ladder and holding their camera over the privacy wall to take a photo of Lauren and her son Clark sitting on a bench outside near a small pond on the premises. I wonder if we can get that picture. And then Miracle Jr. Okay, nothing new. We could look up Clergy Watch. Okay, nothing new there. Oops. Oh, it's the same thing, that's why. Okay, yeah, we looked this up. I really didn't feel like that gave us anything. Didn't give us any evidence. At this point, I'm just like, want to get the first four locked in. It's ridiculous at this point. Oh, we had a really cool moment where we had to unscramble these photos. And we got this, and this. That was really fun. Yeah, it was a cool little minigame. Oh, we didn't do Gwen Roottrees, that's who we forgot. Oh, shit, she died in Paris, France about 3 weeks ago. After leaving Hollywood, she made no effort to stay in the limelight, and most obituaries tend to focus on her largest role, Guys Like Us. Not much is known about her death, except that it was announced that she died peacefully in her sleep while being treated for sudden severe case of pneumonia. Before that, she had apparently been in relatively good health. According to her friends and family in Paris, she was 67. Okay. Yeah, we've seen this before. Although it's new. Two secretaries cut their hair short and pose as businessmen to get ahead in life until one of them falls in love with their client, and hilarity ensues. Starring Gwen, Leslie Florence, and Harrison Lane. Popular at the box office, made its budget back. Formulaic. It was recently re-released for the first time on home video due to Roottrees Mania. The time it took to manufacture and ship VHS copies of Guys Like Us meant that it missed the height of the craze, which only lasted a few weeks. Even so, it did sell modestly well, and there have been talks of a remake. Oh, okay. That didn't really give us what I was hoping it would. Her remake's gonna miss the hype as well. Yeah, totally. I guess we could look up Zach. Is he not on this list? Oh, here it is. It's not. It's by last name, not first name. That makes sense. Nothing. Okay, that's the same. Man, nothing. I know. The only reason is because he's got a new photo that we could put in. That wasn't there before that, and this, and this. But we know it's gotta be Elias up here. We know it has to be Guy. I have a feeling it's also probably Miracle. And then it's 2 people in the family. 2 people in this tree somewhere. So not sure who that would be. Did he have an alias? I don't think so. I'm not sure if it's that deep. I really can't figure this shit out. I feel so stupid. Like, what do you mean? Oh, reminders. Like, what do you mean there's 8 pieces of evidence in this? Caroline Morden's art book. But this is like all things that we already knew about. I guess I could look up Chris Raft again. Oh, that gave us something, okay. Chris Raftery's protege site seemed to have been discovered by the masses. Gone are the art pictures of his cousins. Instead, it's a list of questions that people kept emailing him. Are you the son of Clark Rafferty? Yes, but I didn't grow up with him. I remember him from when I was a little kid, but I moved away with my mom when I was very young. We left Pennsylvania and moved back to Virginia. We lived there with Pete, my stepdad. Happy to hear from me, now calls me once a month and came to visit me at college. He tells me about things I didn't remember and people like Guy Hudson and Ernie Madsen. My dad and I get along, but obviously we aren't very close. Who's Brian Jones? That is Caroline's husband. We come to this tree. That's this guy, and he had a like print company. He would print a ton of like banners and flyers and yeah. We actually today he had like a advertisement or something for a school theater, which gave us that she's a dancer and has her own studio. Let's go back to the web. Did you ever meet the Roottrees? I used to know the Roottrees, but never the sisters. I was in the office sometimes when I was a kid, and I definitely met Guy Hudson before he died, but I don't remember. My memory is weird. It's hard to know what I actually remember and what I only think I do because I have pictures. For example, I have a photo from when I was 5, and in the office with my dad and Guy was there. I made myself sick by eating chocolate, and some woman who I don't know cleaned my face. Ooh, okay. That might be important. I don't know if my memories of that came from the picture or not. Which now we have that photo. Proof of Ernie Madsen's heart condition. I knew Ernie had a heart problem because my dad told me on one of our phone calls. I asked him about the poison because I saw it on the Roottrees curse website, and he emailed me some old stuff, including the proof, but even with the proof, the website didn't take it down. He spelled fiance wrong. I'm not good at spelling or writing, I'm good at painting and other art. I'm going to school to learn how to edit movies. I want to make cartoons someday. Lulu is much better at spelling. So in, let's see, the older, yeah, fiance. Quite funny. I'm surprised they brought that up. Okay, let's look at that photo. Okay, we got another photo of Guy. So this is Clark. This is Clark. This is Chris. I wonder if we know what year this is. How old did he say he was? He was 5? He was born in 75, which makes it 80. So that could be here. That could be this lady, potentially. Imagine being 5 in 1980. Yeah, couldn't be me. Couldn't be me. Oh, wait, she's got a tattoo. That tattoo might be important. I don't think she had a tattoo. No. So we're just gonna guess because this was 1980 that's this lady. Because this is 1982. Oh, this is insane. Okay, well that gave us a little bit. Butler County, Elias Carl. Yep. Jim. Yeah, we looked at those. Lauren's diaries. We could look at the 5 pieces. Okay, this is old. We're doing it, you trust? This is a lot harder than the base game, that's for sure. We could look up Stephanie Jones. Ooh, that gave us something new. It seems Brian Jones has been busy updating Stephanie Jones's campaign website. 2 new sections exist. The first is baby photo. It's exciting. There you see a picture of their new family together in the hospital. According to the site, our daughter was named after her grandmother, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. So Eve, maybe, is her name? The second is What's Next? There's not much of substance there right now, but it lists some small accomplishments and finishes with the recent rise in popularity and controversy surrounding my extended family. There's been some extra attention on me. Stay tuned for announcements in the coming months about how I plan to use this publicity to accomplish bigger and better things. Oh no, is this not her kid? Or not his kid, maybe? Posted a photo of his family together in the hospital following the birth of their newborn girl. Santa Hat and his wife Stephanie giving a signature thumbs up. Moved from her campaign literature. Oh no. That would have to be here. We don't actually know her name. I just assumed it was Eve. Oh, there is a Beth. But who did she cheat with? I had no idea. None of these are like Christmas names. I was like thinking Eve or like Noelle. Grandmother. So mother, grandmother. Eloise or Caroline? Or no? Yeah. Or is it her grandmother, which would be Clara? Claire's not in there. Carol, maybe? I don't know. It just feels like maybe that's where it's gotta go. Baby. So why else would we get a picture of that kid? Just feels a little strange, I guess. But who knows, maybe it's not at all. Yeah, cheating do be kind of strange. We could look up Brian Jones. Okay, it's the same thing. We could look up Stephanie in the periodicals. Maybe there's something new. Oh, this is all the same. It just feels strange that this is like practically the year this is happening. And that's the only baby that we know of. Okay, let's go back to this reminders. What else? Yeah, the 5 presidents. I guess we could look up the presidents again. Yeah, Chris Rath. Yeah, that's how we found November. We could look up November. Nothing. Not surprised. Ooh, okay, so we do know. I want this to be Ron. That Ron was interim president for a little bit. Now it says president of Roottrees during the Roottrees Rift, but the next press release immediately reversed the announcement and instead stated that Ron and Clark would take over. A few weeks later, Ron was dropped from the title entirely. Hundreds of results about this development, but most articles are retelling of the basic details. Some veer into heavy speculation based on an article about Ron in Business Watch. Do we know the baby name? We know that it was, let me come back here. Oh, I think it was on her website. That their daughter was named after her grandmother, which was Caroline, which ended up being very fitting considering she was born the night before Christmas. And we had Carol as an option. So it's Carol something. Not sure what the last name is yet. Maybe it's still Jones? I don't know. Who knows? She might not even go here. I'm just making an assumption. Oh my god, what if it's actually her and Carl? Wait, there's a note somewhere that I want to look at. I'm making a speculation. Shoot, where was it? Here. Carl, I know we don't see eye to eye when it comes to the candy company, but if you could talk to your girls about putting a statement supporting Stephanie... Oh no, it's not. Never mind. So Caroline wrote this about Stephanie asking Carl to support her. So never mind about that. I thought maybe it was Stephanie asking for Carl's help. We could look up Ron in Business Watch. Also done some interviews saying the truth of what went on behind the scenes is not something he wishes to discuss. Instead, he hopes to release a movie about it someday. 3 weeks ago, Ron's mother Gwen died in Paris, France. He and his brother Robbie have seemingly made amends. Let's look him up in Business Watch. Oh, we've seen this already. It didn't give us anything. Okay, that doesn't give us anything. Still more in here. We could look up his company's website, actually. I'm not sure what it was called. If we come back here. Maybe it's old. Show older. Man, I do not remember where I saw that. Kitchen Tales. Oh, it doesn't have it because this is just Roottrees Mania. It's not all my history. Oh shit. Here we go, Jones Graphic Imprint. Unchanged, except it lists a few new clients, although all of them are in and around Butler County. None of them appear to be related to your search. Damn. Look up brother trouble. Okay, same stuff. Not at all useful. Oh, that gave us something new. After the release of 6 pieces, Caroline Morden did a television interview. Someone has uploaded a partial transcript of that interview on the television section of a messaging community. The transcript is only her answers and is missing the questions. This creates a somewhat confusing reading experience, but does give you a bit more history about Caroline and some of her family members. Okay, thanks for having me. I've never really fit into the family, so it didn't surprise me. She could have put me in if she wanted to talk about the time during my activism days when I almost got arrested for stealing the spark plugs out of all her tractors. But I don't really think it fit her narrative. Okay, so that's about the book that's Sam published. Yes and no, they never tried to kick me out or send me to live on a farm, if that's what you mean, but I was already pretty unpopular, and once everyone learned why I divorced my husband, few people paid attention to me. Okay, that's about being lesbian. She's my wife, not legally, but we've been together for half of our lives. Call it what it is. I was 20 and had just had my daughter. I hate to look back on that time because I was a terrible mother the first few years. I left my daughter with my ex-husband and followed Guy on a private jet to Europe. He lost a tooth and a client. I found love and a better understanding of who I was. Still, in our family's eyes, his trip was somehow more acceptable. Explain that. Okay, so this has to be about Guy. No, I couldn't stand him. Our family wrote off his behavior like he was some huge fan of romance or woman. But he didn't like the entire woman. It was doubly awkward for me because he was more supportive than most. I slowly figured out it was because he assumed I would be as shallow as he was. He was a workaholic. He seemed nice enough and did a good job, but I didn't know him well. That was one of Sam's problems with her family. None of us did except Carl. Honestly, I get why she's pissed. Ooh. I'd rather not speak ill of the dead, not unless you want more stories about Guy. With Carl, though, all I can say is we used to be friends before they sent him to private school. He came back a lot judgier. It made sense when they made him president. He was a lot like my father after they disciplined the fun out of him. After I started protesting the farms, he stopped returning my calls. Oh, well, he's harder to label. When I was a teenager, he was basically drunk or high or both all the time. He actually used to sell me pot. His problems with women were different than Guy's, but he never really judged me. I guess he knew it would be pretty hypocritical to judge anyone for anything. Back then, he was destructively unreliable in every way, but nowadays he's just kind of boring and old. I prefer that to how he used to be, and to Guy and Carl, but it's still a cautionary tale. I hope I'm never that old and boring. I don't know who this is about. Old and boring, just slap him already. Maybe. I'm assuming it's someone in the family, though. Maybe him? Caroline's husband was Mark Landon, and then she divorced him and is married to Eloise, but not married, I guess. I don't think so. I feel like it's gotta be about, like, one of these guys. I feel like it has to be about Clark, potentially. Because Clark is now the new president. So now he's just old and boring, I guess. Because he used to make music. Okay, we're down to 3. Bro saw the baldness and said, yep, it's both boring and old. Absolutely. Hmm. Cryptically mentioned in a book about historical letters. Yes, I do remember that. I don't remember what the book was called. But that definitely hasn't changed. We looked up Lauren. We could look up Family Man. Recently republished by the same publishing company that printed Lauren's diaries for school. It seems they wish to capitalize on Roottrees mania. It did not work. Oh, okay. There's 8 hints here. I don't understand how there's 8 hints in all of this. I've looked up the fish toy. We've looked up Sicily, or however you say her name. Tried to look up the secrets. We could maybe look up Picto Tea June 1999. Try that. I did try basketball. I did. It gave me nothing. Pico Tea June 1999. Nothing. What if I come here? Yeah, it gives us, I can't, so Basselbug gave us nothing, but there's big sass sea bass. And I did look that up as well. Which just gives us information about the talking fish, which is not saying. And the only way it's related is that it's in the same article that had the Roottrees related stuff, which was removed from stores. And it's a collector's item, ripe for conspiracy theories. I could look up Roottrees conspiracy. This is new. Thomas Overwood's conspiracy page about the Roottrees. 8 months later, the page still exists and is thriving. The visitor counter has reached 7 digits. Damn. Many older articles have been replaced. It seems that the recent uprising in Roottrees news has left Thomas Overwood with a constant stream of events to base new theories on. More than one of his theories involve Roottrees deaths being fake. According to Overwood, statistically, when you have this many high-profile people who have died in a family, the odds are that one of them faked their death. It's just math. Newfound focus on death faking seems to coincide with the post mentioning that he's begun believing that the guy's not dead theory. In his own words, my eyes have been opened. All of this is beginning to make too much sense. One of his posts detailed the belief that Ron Roottrees is still in charge. Gwen Roottrees' death was fake and that Clark is only there to throw people off. Apparently this allowed Ron to travel to France to develop their new candy recipe in secret. About the rapper 5Ps, he can't possibly be a Roottrees. One of his first album song when he was performing under the Devil name actually mentioned that he wanted to have sex with Raina. Oh damn. Not even Sam Madsen is spared. According to Overwood, yeah. According to Overwood, the author of 6 Pieces isn't real. This is insane. Sam Madsen is an anagram for Am Madness. They're purposely leaving hints for us. He claims that by using 6 Pieces with Lauren Roottrees' book as a one-time pad, has begun to decrypt a cipher. Most of the cipher has seemed meaningless, but he managed to pick out the words people and vastness and is working on figuring out what it means. There's also a request at the bottom. Next year, 2000 is a leap year, and Overwood is looking for funds and volunteers to catch the Roottrees red-handed in Operation RT-29. He specifically mentions not to volunteer if you've ever drunk Spirit Cola, but he doesn't go into why. Weird. Turning into a horror game? It kind of feels like it. Okay, that's not new. That's about the Roottrees meeting up every leap year. Carbonated drink, only found in southern US. Comes in various flavors, including lemon, lime, and cherry. Nothing to do with the Roottrees. I wonder if Thomas Overwood gives us anything different. Okay, no, same stuff. Performing under the devil name? Is that this one? No, that's this. First mixtape from the early 90s. Discrepancies and debate. Does Amazon have Spirit Cola? I don't know, maybe. I guess it's just Sprite, isn't it? Debates about what year exactly it was released based on some of the pulp culture references, with the range thought to be somewhere between 1992 and 1994. One of the songs, Yes I Can Jump, seems to be at the center of the confusion. Don't ruin your fantasy. Some fantasies claim there are multiple versions with different track lists, song lengths on them. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Only song that didn't make it into a studio album. In it, he references a popular movie from 1992, White Men Can't Jump. Confusion about the fan base. Because of it, it is agreed upon that the mixtape had to come out in 1992 at the earliest, but others point out that Fellows references seeing the movie on his 17th birthday. This would have been in 1994. Some take this to mean that the album had to have been released in 1994 at the earliest. Others claim that he was likely just trying to make himself sound older in response to some of the more questionable lyrics. He has stated multiple times that he was just a dumb kid when it released. Okay, that just gives us the same page. We really haven't gotten anything. That's insane. We're close to something, you can feel it. Well, I'm glad you feel like we're close to something. Also this says, plus this utensil that will help you lose 50 pounds. It's crazy. How can a utensil do that? Doesn't give me anything. I could look up Guy. I don't know if I've straight up looked him up. Okay, yeah, I definitely have. Butler County Police doesn't give me anything. Could look up Roottrees lawyers. Nothing. Hmm. Five hints in this? Yeah, okay, so this is where we found out Elizabeth was a farm supervisor, had a daughter that Sam hadn't met, but worked as one of Guy's secretaries. And according to Elizabeth, a caterer from a local restaurant called Antonelli's met her daughter at one of Guy's parties, and they eloped quickly due to a pregnancy. So that's why I think this is the second affair, was to Elizabeth's daughter and Guy. And then there was a Brazil thing, and then there was and then this talks about Beth. There was something else about this, which I found the name. Christine Garland and Stephen Garland. Stephen was a chef at Antonelli's and met her at one of the parties, so I felt like that had to have been them. And she was a secretary slash delivered produce to the restaurant. I don't remember where we saw that, but I think it was a periodical. Yeah. Asked recently married residents of Butler County how they met. Christine Garland responded, she and her husband Steve, who was a chef at Antonelli's, met years ago. Maybe they didn't actually meet at a party. Steve used to work extra hours just to be there during her deliveries. Grew apart when the restaurant switched suppliers. They reconnected by chance and eloped at the end of last year. I thought there was something about her being a secretary, though. Yeah, she's a secretary. But went back to delivering produce on the weekends. And then Zimmer gave us this, and then Bookmarks gave us this. Zimmer in German just means room. Interesting. I did not know that. And this was like a whole convoluted... Oh, it does look really good. But it was like a whole convoluted story about two bakers who were like separated and then they were doing stuff for the king. And it kind of makes it sound like one of the bakers had two buns in the oven from the king, and I don't know, it was a weird story. I just want more evidence. We might be able to look up Carol Jones. So one of the bakers cheated? Possibly, yeah. Well, the baker was like, would have been like the mistress to the king, who would have been one of the Roottrees. Carol Jones is just a baby, though. Just thought there'd be more information we could get from here. Okay, Rubber Ducky. Give me something good. Oh, that's the same stuff. Same hint. Damn. The duck doesn't know either. We're cooked. No. I could look up Reyna. We haven't looked up her specifically. Oh, that's the same. What did it pull up before? Oh, it's the same. Okay, I see. Five pieces was the same. Maybe we could look up like some of these kids. Although it's only like 8 months. So they're not much older. Look up Candy Roottrees. What was her group called? The Floozies. Okay, that's the same. I'm so confused. Okay, Ducky, you gotta give me something else. I've looked up Lauren. Okay, this is the same. Not expecting her to be in any of these. But just in case, you never know. Did that give us a new version? Single passage that focuses on potential affairs. Oh my god. Here we go. Here we go. Who are the 6 pieces again? So 6 pieces are this generation plus Edward Clancy, who was originally kicked out. Okay, an entry entitled Cruelty from Lauren Roottrees' diary, written in 1963. It focuses on the relationship between her mother and father. While it offered only redundant information during your previous investigation, it mentions the subject of affairs and may be more useful this time around. I'm no stranger to true love. Jacob and I married at an age that most deem unfit for marriage, but he was also enlisting at an age that most deem unfit for war. We had no choice. I knew in my heart that our marriage was one for the ages. He and I would still be together today, if not for Okinawa. That was nearly 20 years ago, but there is an emptiness in my soul. I do not understand my contemporaries. So many girls I went to school with have taken multiple lovers. So many of my girlfriends' husbands have been unfaithful. If I am able to remain true to the ghost of a man with no chance of physical reciprocation, no potential for a long conversation, how could it be so hard to love someone you can reach out and touch? Someone you can joke with? I have not had to deal with such madness at home. My parents are a perfect match, in the worst way. My mother's cruelty is a perfect fit for my father's general spite. In turn, pop status enables her incessant need to gloat and feel superior. I've grown up with their cruelty and disdain for others my entire life, even my family remains unspared. They make fun of my grandpop and his family saying, blood is thicker than syrup, but nothing's thicker than Elias. They mimic Grandma Gwyneth's lisp and see her kindness as weakness. Eliath, please remember thame. Not even our family's maladies and religion go unmocked. Remember God only put one eye in miracle. I can say without a doubt in my mind that my parents had never had eyes for anyone outside their marriage. They're too self-centered to look astray. Please remember Sam. Which age is unfit for war? Probably younger than 18. If I had to guess. If not for Okinawa. Oh, was he in Okinawa? World War II? Wait, what names do we have? It's so confusing that we have first and last now. And not all of them will be used either. What do you mean? Oh man. Zach Morden. Apparently this gives us one hint. If we Google Sam again. Oh, which age is fit for war? Oh, I see. Misread. Yeah, we could look up Sam again. I can look up Sam Roottrees, see if that gives us anything. No, Sam Madsen. Which, I'm pretty sure we looked this up. That's what we got from the library. Nice. Yeah, we had already gotten this. It mainly talks about her book. Reviews were mixed. We did look up indecisionitis. It was like a fake commercial. Gotta get your jit together. Roottrees rift was just... Oh, you gotta get your jib together. It's so funny. But the Roottrees rift was just the fallout after she released the book. And then Roottrees mania was, people just trying to... People saying that they're root trees, but they weren't actually root trees. Man, there's gotta be more. Family Man was reprinted? Oh, yeah, we did see that by Bess Williams, right? Where was that? I thought I looked it up. By Bess Williams? Oh, now I have his face. Okay. Let's go. Yeah, at least some progress. Okay. Information, especially of a biased or misleading nature, used to promote or publicize a particular political cause or point of view. But if they were to replace that definition with a picture, it would be a picture of this book. This book tells you nothing new about Elias, and from what you know, his true feelings towards some of the extended family. You're not sure it tells you anything true about Elias either. The reissue of this book was so lazy that they reused the famous photo of Elias from Business Watch, whose copyright had expired. The best thing it has going for it is that it's only 85 pages long. Okay. He's gotta go there. Okay, that gives us 3, potentially. Assuming that her last name's probably wrong. But there's stuff in here. There's two hints in here. We could look them up in Business Watch again. Yeah, it's the same stuff. Nothing new. Maybe Roottrees propaganda? I don't know. I don't even know if I spelled propaganda right. I think I did. I did. Huge. I'm confident about Riley Fellows here. But that doesn't count towards our 4. Or maybe actually these are up here because they're not the people down here. That would make sense. That would make a whole lot more sense, actually. So Zach's not down here. What if we look up Bess at Business Watch? We can do that. look her up in all of them. Nothing there. Lived outside Miami. Died tragically young in a major hurricane that struck the area in 1926. It was re-released, so she has nothing to do with the re-release. There's a site dedicated to hurricane statistics that also mentions Beth Williams. Blah, blah, blah. They named nonfiction section after her. So that at least gave us his picture. We can't read anything inside of it. Oh, and this was a lady who was claiming that she slept with a guy and that this was her daughter, was actually Guy's daughter as well, but it was all untrue. So that doesn't mean anything. How does this have 8 hints? I'm so confused on this one. It's gotta be something with her. We did look up her books and it didn't give us anything. That just said they're out of print. I don't think she's in anything other than Picto Tea. Oh. Okay, yeah, this is the same. This is Ruby Spratt is now the new lawyer for the candy company. Cicely didn't have rights to redistribute photos of the magazine Guy. Pulling their issue down. Yep. Unlikely that Ruby could have had the story pulled if it had gone to court, and Picto Tea likely got more eyes on it than it would have if the Roottrees just ignored the story. I have no idea how we get a copy of that, though. I don't know if I've searched Roots. Oh yeah, their scholarship page. God damn. Why is this so tough? Looks like a leprechaun. The green. It's so bad. Oh, we could look at Brazil. Roottree, Brazil. Creates, manufacture, and redistribute Roottree candy. It was developed as part of the Roottree Everywhere initiative near the beginning of 1979. Unlike some of the other Rootree Everywhere results, Rootree Brazil seems to be a success. You do some rough translating and find a significant amount of information about it. The only region in which caviar-flavored 5 pieces were a hit, the primary reason that the factory still exists to this day is solely to create that flavor, which comes in its own standalone 5 pieces bag with Portuguese writing. A small town named Alvalagos, near the municipality of São Bernardo do Campo, became the location chosen by the Rootree Candy Company after a newly elected local politician named Edson Soares heard that they were planning a new factory and petitioned them in early 1979. Factory was controversial as locals did not want it there. The Roottrees visited Brazil around Christmas and managed to break ground on the project. Since then, however, it has been operating relatively smoothly except for 2 incidents. The first was Incendio de Boro in 1982, and the second was an unsuccessful strike in 1995 that involved all the factory workers being replaced. The factory was originally built and run, according to paperwork at the time, by a small company called Nova Corporação de Doces Brazil, which translates to New Brazil Candy Corporation. The company no longer exists, not much information exists about it. Run as Rootree Brazil entirely. Okay. It's a lot to take in. We've got Edson Soares. We've got Enciendo de Bordo. And we've got... Okay. Part of their PhD in history focuses on the rise of democracy. Okay. Former mayor. Before politics, he was a manager of an automotive manufacturing plant for a major American car company. Okay. As mayor, he used his manufacturing background and knowledge of American business to establish new factories. That makes sense. 2 side effects. First, he became quite rich. Second, many locals were forcibly relocated. Damn. Did not make a popular mayor. Speculates was a move to counteract this unpopularity. His wife, Sonia, was discreetly put in charge of a television station called Telerede. He often used this connection to ensure supporters would appear on local television spouting his beliefs and emphasizing his political victories. Okay. Fled to stay alive, damn. So something about his wife, right? Nowhere online. However, Spider Search does return a page that lists a news anchor in Brazil named Flavio Soares, who has a mother named Sonia. Okay, let's search him. Ooh, okay, that's giving us something. So this might be someone that, might be Guy's son. Bit of a cult following. The discourse surrounding him is, to put in polite terms, lewd. Website about something called fan fiction that has a small section dedicated to him. That is hilarious. It seems that women and some men of a wide variety of ages and writing skill tend to find him worthy of inclusion in their story. You skim some of the tales there and learn that a common thread is that he's currently dating a supermodel named Ashley York. Many stories either seem to ignore her existence or get out of her picture rather quickly. Get her out of the picture rather quickly. Things about him. He's 18. He's a Libra. Likes grilled steak. His mother is Sonia. Flavio translates to golden-haired. One website with a signed publicity photo of Flavio seems to confirm this. Okay, so now we've got a picture of him. To Natasha's, kisses from Brazil. So he's 18? Which would put him at, if it's 1999, what's 1999 minus 18? What's my calculator? 1999 minus 18. Puts us at 1981. I mean, it could. It could be. What was his job? A newscaster? Dude, this could absolutely be it. Sonia. She had a TV thing. And then... what's his name? Edson? There's no way. It could be, though. Oh, family tree update. It's not infidelity here. Holy shit. I can spell Brian. Okay. Ah, so we don't have...
Has Clark reached out to you?
Yeah, he
Well,
has.
let me give you a short history lesson about the last few months of my life. 3 different people contacted me, claiming that somewhere in their history, they might be Roottrees. First, that young man, the rapper. I ignored that one. He seemed dubious. But then I saw the news. I felt terrible, so I began helping the others. Because my doubts with Felix were so misfounded, I ended up putting too much faith in the second person that approached me.
Yeah, which was the...
I went to the media prematurely. I admit
Jane Doe.
my mistake there. But the third person who contacted me also had a credible case. Before I could help, the company got to them somehow. The fact that the family silenced them doesn't seem to fill me with hope when it comes to Clark's intentions. But you're making progress based on the leads he gave you. It's really hard for me to get a read on him. I'll let you handle it. I've sent you the case I've been working on, and some company
Okay.
records I managed to track down.
Okay.
The records are quite dense, but hopefully they're useful. Good luck!
Thank you. Okay. One thing we also know is that this has got to be Jones. Okay, so this is absolutely correct. This is not correct, so her last name's got to be something we don't know yet. That or secretary's not her job. Well, she worked at... oh shit, there was actually... because it's her most recent job. Shit. She overdosed in a car after stealing money from a register where she worked, but I don't remember where she worked. Oops, not what I wanted to do. Don't have much to go on about who ran it and when. Put in charge of a television station. I don't know what that means for her job, though. But this is him right here. That's huge. CEO, director. I don't know what media mogul means. Okay, but this is huge. That was a pure guess. Oh, musician. I had that wrong. Artist. Technically, musician is artist, though, right? So we've got two. Two confirmed. For sure. Oh, this is Steven, which means Garland's not her maiden name. So that's huge. This is not Zimmer. That is good to know. Oh wait, but we kind of said that it's possible it is Fellows, and we need, her most recent job. Okay, let's try to get 4 more, and then I'm gonna call it. Oh wait, do we need no, 4 more it'll lock in. Okay. I want to figure out her thing. If I look up... Let's get our history. It was like one of the first things we saw. Overdosed. Oh wait, these are new. Online discourse. Oh wait, we actually saw that. Eat. Character from the X-Files. Nothing there. I know we've got more things to look at here. Given to you by Sam Madsen, a woman named Regina Clementine came to her and claimed that her husband has confessed he thinks he's a Rootree. The details of this case can be found in your evidence. Stuart is the older brother wearing a vest. The woman in the photo is Mary Beth Clementine, a singer who may have had an affair with Miracle Rootree. Okay. So we were potentially correct about this being Miracle. And this would have been Mary Beth. Mary Beth Clementine. She was a singer. Musician. Is this Miracle then? Or is this her husband? Stuart. And who was it that contacted her? Regina Clementine? So that's her married name, though. Regina something. That's right, she was saying her husband? Yeah. Potentially, if that's not Miracle himself. It could be. Although Miracle would have glasses on. Holy. Okay. Some partial staff records to cross-reference by Sam Madsen. The records are based on old tax mailing information and only detail the employees that work directly for Rootree or in their corporate offices. Oh, that's actually huge. The many laborers on their farms and in their factories are not listed. Not sure how helpful it will be except for cross-referencing guys, secretaries, and visits overseas. Spider-searching people just because they are listed in these books will likely be very time-consuming and a waste of your time. Okay, president was Zach. Special management, Ernest. Edward, Lloyd, Carl, and Elizabeth Cravensworth. Okay, which means that this would be Christine Cravensworth. Because Elizabeth was her mother at this point in time. Johanna Robertson? That would be good. That gives us something. Robertson. So that's potentially 1, 2... Ooh, okay, so somewhere we're missing... Either she doesn't count, though, I have no idea. Okay, but this is definitely right. This has to be right. Unless we're saying he's Hudson, not Fellows. But I don't really know. I don't know. No, because he's Soares, so it has to be... Has to be Fellows, okay. So she's not Soares. Okay. Fred Cross, Albert Cross, Douglas Rosenberg. Beth, but not the Beth that we're looking for, I don't think. Doris Mays, Juliet McCullen. Carl Monroe. Joan Monroe was person in the base game. 1977, it was announced that Zach would be retiring and Guy would be taking over at the start of 1978. They held a retirement party in November before spending the final month working on the transition. Patrick Decker, no longer now listed under product management. Christine Farrow? Ooh, actually that might be it. Oh, yeah, Robertson to Fellows, so just name change because she got married. Christine Farrow. Ooh, that's confusing. Maybe it's not Cravensworth. Oh, yeah, Christine Garland, so it's Farrow. Maybe that's her. John Miller's no longer employed. Gwyneth Madsen was hired. Yep, okay. So that's Sam's daughter. Beth Knox, 50-year work anniversary bonus. Damn, 50 years. So that puts it at 1926. I mean, that could be the Beth here. That could be Beth Knox. Potentially. Okay, 1978, Guy Hudson took over. This began a particular volatile period in the company's staffing. Many travel expenses were listed. Okay, no longer employed by Roottrees. Raftertunes is now listed as office staff. Beatrice Watts and Corinne Schwartz. Juliet McCullen and Doris Days are no longer employed. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing. We got Thomas Green, Michael Crane, Elizabeth Farrow, and Jack Keatings are no longer employed. Emily Seinfeld and Sam Cattrall were hired. Robert Logan's no longer. And then William Sams was hired. Susan Ford was hired under a special category that only existed for 1 year. It's an interpreter. Okay. Presidential office reimbursement, 5 pieces flavor department, Edward Roottrees retirement party, Christmas tree bash, New Year's Eve ball, travel expenses, Australia, China, France, and Brazil. Butterscotch department. Butterscotch caviar, 4th of July spectacular, New Year's Eve. Oh my god. Terry O'Connor, Susan Ford. No longer employed. Edward Morrison and Robert Andrews. And then they were fired a year later. Linda Lewis and Angela Ingram were hired. Lisa Lewis and Valerie Ewing are no longer employed. Catherine Garrett was hired. Emily Seinfeld to Emily Barnes. Gwyneth Madsen, Gwyneth Cattrall, yep. Then we've got Strawberry. Sigua? Is that how you say that? Butterscotch Caviar. Oh my god, so many. Gannon Branddorf Dove donation? School for the Deaf. Branddorf was the last name of the founder, and Dove is Danish word for deaf. Founder has issues with government translators, leading to an odd transcription issue. 1990, it was renamed to better represent the school's purpose and to correct the embarrassing lack of effort and awareness demonstrated by the government officials in those early days. Staff is listed on the website. You scan through all the biographies and find that the principal, Ms. Ford, is fluent in 5 languages, including ASL. She has been working at the school for over 15 years. Ms. Ford's bio also mentions she's not deaf herself, but rather learned sign language to communicate with the deaf. It mentions she was responsible for securing funding for the Hudson Wing. Okay. There was mention of Ford. Susan Ford. So she was interpreter. Not sure for who. Guy Hudson died May 1982, so the first few months of the year continued along the same pattern as they had been. Things quickly changed when Ernie took over. Most of the extraneous expenses ended, and all the secretaries, most handpicked by Guy, were let go. Sam Madsen left Roottrees in 1984, so this is the last set of books you have access to. Okay, Carl Roottrees joins special management. Susan Ford's gone. Ernest Madsen Jr. no longer works. Douglas Rosenberg was rehired. From here on out, no secretaries are directly employed by Roottrees. Roottrees instead uses a temp agency called Work Time Temp. Okay. No connection between work time, temp, and anyone related to your search. Okay. Ooh, 6 pieces that... Oh, that's huge, actually. Oh, wow, okay. This is all the information I have about Regina Clementine. Nee Salazar from New Orleans, Louisiana, and her husband Stuart Clementine. She wrote me about a month ago. Apparently the Roottrees lawyers went after her since then. By the time I received her letter and called her, she told me she couldn't cooperate anymore. Her husband, who is a police officer, never knew his father, but he thought he might be a Roottrees. But he's estranged from his family and didn't want to pursue it because he had no proof. She wrote to me behind his back. Normally I wouldn't be so sure, but she had some pretty credible facts. Some of it I've been able to confirm. Stuart's mother was Mary Beth Clementine. She was pretty well known in the 30s to 50s, a singer who went on to tour a lot of churches. You can look her up, and she was a pretty big proponent of adoption. I know for a fact that she came to Butler County a few times. I remember her from when I was younger, and Regina said that Stuart told her that they always seemed to spend a lot of time in the Miracle Church. She sent me a photo to prove it, that she's the one who says she is. I've attached it in this email. Okay, that just gives me that. What if I look up myself? Nothing. Okay. So Clementine's not her actual last name, that's gotta be her married name. But we do know is that he is a police officer. And this has gotta be Clementine. Yeah, huge. Okay, and we know this is something Clementine. We know she's not actually Clementine, and this has to be Clementine. Yeah, her occupation is wrong. Her occupation is probably wrong too. Because they're no longer secretaries. Okay. Holy, that took forever. I think with that we're gonna call it here. Because we've spent almost 5 hours trying to go through this. We are kind of starting to get on a roll. I think it definitely helped with Sam coming back and giving us some information. Especially with the last names, and we'll be able to get their occupations. We've seen hers before, I just don't remember what it is. And then we have a lot we can look up about her, which will probably give us this stuff, and we can probably look up them eventually and get all the way down here. But yeah. We made some good progress. that was really tough. I'm excited that we finished this because I actually found out about this game through Gab Smolders on YouTube. She had played it, and I had watched like the first 15 minutes, and I was like, ooh, I actually want to play that. So I'm excited that I get to actually watch that video now. And she is actually playing Roottrees Mania too. I think she's planning on trying to finish it tomorrow, but this is a lot tougher than I thought it'd be. But I think we could make some pretty good progress tomorrow as well. Maybe even finish it if we go as long as we did today, now that we've kinda are on a roll. But yeah, this was fun. Thanks for everyone who stopped in, and I'll see y'all tomorrow. Bye!